Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Have a seat. You are juror number 42, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Before I turn it over to the attorneys for questioning, there are a couple things we have to do, or a couple questions I have. First, I'm going to swear you in so that all your answers are under oath. So if you could just raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
Yes.
All right. I'm just going to check your mic level here. And if you could, that's usually a pretty good distance. We are using COVID precautions, so we have plexiglass between us and plexiglass between you and the attorneys, and they have their own plexiglass in front of them. I'm going to continue to wear my mask since I am the closest one to you. However, if you think it would be easier for you to speak, and if you feel comfortable doing so, you can take the mask off for this part of the examination, just so you know that.
Okay.
Well, first of all, thank you for filling out that questionnaire.
Mm-hmm.
It was greatly appreciated because it gives us a lot of information, and you clearly spent a lot of time on it because there's a lot of information that is valuable to us. But first of all, everything is true on the questionnaire?
Yes.
All right. Is there any changes or additions to the questionnaire that you would like to put in?
No.
Okay. And it's been months, I know, and so when the attorneys start asking you questions, it might, on reflection, think, yeah, I did have something to change about that or add to that. It's all appropriate. Don't worry about, oh, I'm saying something different. No, it makes sense. Some of the opinions you gave may have evolved, so it's natural for jurors to change what might be in their questionnaire, so don't be concerned if that's the case. And the attorneys are going to walk through probably some of the answers that you gave, so just kind of think if there's anything to add or change. You weren't supposed to read any articles, pay any attention to any media, but since it has been several months since you filled out the questionnaire, have you inadvertently been exposed to any media? You see a headline, or maybe a friend talks to you about what they read in the paper, giving you more information than you want.
I've seen headlines, but I've not read anything.
Okay, and as far as the headlines, do you recall the substance of the headlines?
I recall seeing something about the other officers. I don't even remember what it was at this point.
Okay. So nothing about the substance of it, or
No.
like any court decisions or anything about the parties, personnel, pre-trial stuff?
No.
Okay. And we ask all these questions for a very important reason, and that, I'm sure you've already guessed, is as a juror you have to decide this case just on the evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Follow the law as I give it to you. And you have some knowledge about the case beforehand. And that's what the questionnaire tells us. But at the same time, and it might also give you some opinions that you hold. At the same time, you have to, as a juror, put those aside and decide this case just on the evidence. Which some people say, I just can't do it. I can't unsee what I've seen. I'm just not the type of person who can do that. It's not a character flaw. It's just we're all different. Some people can put it aside. Some can. They can kind of compartmentalize that and put it aside and just decide on what they hear in the court. Where do you fall on that? Do you think you could do that?
As well as anyone else can, I believe so.
Okay. And you know yourself better than we do, and so we're looking just for an honest answer. If you think you could do that, great. In fact, the attorneys might press you for a more definitive answer. Can you do that? Or
Yes.
Okay. Did you recognize any witnesses on that list you were given?
I knew one name, but I don't even think it was a very generic name, so I don't think it's the same person. But I just marked one due to the fact that I recognized a name.
And what's the name, if you recall?
Joel Martinez.
Okay. I'm not sure what the role of that person is. Let's say it is that person that you know. Is it a close friendship or
No.
friend of a friend?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, more of a friend of a friend. Okay, in that case, if you realize that it is the same person that you know, are you still able to treat that person like any other witness? Apply the same standards that I gave you yesterday that you'll hear again if you're on the jury. Put them on equal footing.
Yes.
Okay. Now, we did indicate in the questionnaire that trial would be approximately 4 weeks long, starting March 29th. As we've already seen this morning, sometimes there are delays. But we think that's a pretty good guess that we'll start on March 29th and go for 4 weeks. Does that work for you? Or better yet, can you make it work?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions you would have for me before I turn you over to the attorneys?
No.
Okay, and there's one last piece of advice to make. We have a court reporter taking down everything we say. And so it's much easier if we not talk over each other. Jury selection process can be somewhat conversational. And so, like in a normal conversation, you finish each other's sentences, you interject with affirmations or that type of thing. If we could try and not do that, not talk over each other, and I will tell you that the lawyers and I are the worst at that. So we tend to be the big offenders, but we ask that you also try not to talk over each other if possible. And to make sure the record's clear, if you could answer yes or no as opposed to because the court reporter needs to have a good record. Well, the court needs a good record. Okay? Do you have any questions?
No.
All right. As to juror number 42, Mr. Nelson, you may inquire.
Morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Thank you for your patience. I know you were here yesterday for a while and back this morning with a little bit of a delay. So thank you very much for being here. I am going to ask you a series of questions that are kind of general in their nature first, and then I'm going to follow up with some specifics on your questionnaire. Again, we all understand that it's been a couple months since you've read this and nobody's trying to trick you or anything of that nature, okay? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I may say that from time to time. I'm not trying to be rude. It's just, again, to get the record correct. All right?
Okay.
Thanks. So first of all, let's assume you and I were to meet under different circumstances, at a party or some sort of an event. What are a few things you would want me to know about you from that conversation?
I am a genuine person. I look for true friendships.
Do you have any interests, hobbies?
I like to play hockey, hike outside, cook.
Okay. Wonderful. Did you play hockey in school when you were in school?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you think of in your personal life, whether it be in a professional context or in a familial context or even within your friends, your friend group, where you've been called upon to resolve a conflict between two people?
Yes.
Okay. Without giving us any major details about that conflict, how did you go about trying to resolve that conflict?
One specific one I'm thinking was between two people, and I just tried to be a mediator in that situation and help them talk it through.
Okay. Now, you understand that if you were to be selected as a juror on this case, you would be in a room with 11 other people and some conflict about things may come up.
Yes.
Would you expect that to happen?
Yes.
Would you, how would you approach that situation if you were in the jury room and two different jurors had a conflict over some piece of information? What would you do?
I would listen to both sides and again try to hear what both people are saying. And I mean, in that situation in the office, I would have to also say my thoughts as well.
Okay, and that's kind of where I was going to go next is, rather than it being two different people, what if it were just you and one of the other jurors who were in conflict over the importance of a particular piece of evidence?
I would be able to give my thoughts as well.
Okay, and are you willing to re-examine your thoughts?
Yes.
Are you willing to listen to the other juror's opinion?
Yes.
And what if it's a situation where there's a whole bunch of jurors that are kind of saying you're wrong? What do you do?
I would think of a different way to go about what I was thinking and express it in maybe a different manner. Maybe they weren't understanding exactly what I was saying.
Okay. But would you simply just give up for the sake of agreement?
No.
Now, can you think of a situation in your personal life where you've been called upon to try to determine who's telling the truth between two sides of the story?
Not necessarily that I can think of
Okay.
right off the bat.
So part of what your job as a juror is, and the court read this instruction yesterday, is to assess the credibility of particular witnesses in the case. How do you think you would go about assessing the credibility of a particular witness?
In this case, it would be whatever is in the courtroom and what is brought forward about that witness,
Okay.
being we have no prior knowledge of who they are.
Okay. So in a situation where, let's say, two witnesses were watching the same set of circumstances, right? It's a car accident. And witness number one says the light was green, and witness number two says the light was red, right? That's assessing the credibility of each witness. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So in that circumstance, you've got two people standing right next to each other or very close to each other, watching the same incident. How do you go about determining which of those two people is telling the truth?
I think it's important to see what else is brought to the table.
Okay. Such as what?
Other evidence, other witnesses that were there,
Okay.
timing.
Okay. All of those things are very reasonable, right? So you would recognize that there are tools you could bring to the table to try to assess the credibility, things other than what they're saying, right?
Yes.
Now, let's take, for example, if you have a piece of evidence that is pretty clear, right? I mean, you can, whether it be a videotape or a fingerprint or whatever the case may be, whatever piece of evidence it is, but it speaks for itself, right? But two people or two witnesses are saying something different about that same thing. How do you assess the credibility there?
When it's fingerprints or video, I think that would be more valid than what someone is saying.
Okay. But if two people are telling you how to interpret that piece of evidence, right?
Mm-hmm.
The meaning of the evidence, in other words, and they have differing opinions as to the meaning of that evidence. How do you assess that?
Again, I think you have to look at other things other than just opinions, and that video would be other things that come into play in that situation.
Okay, good. In your personal life, can you think, or again, professional, familial, whatever, can you think of a situation where you've been 100% convinced of something and then it later turns out you're wrong?
No.
Okay. Can you imagine that happening in life?
Yes.
Let's again take a hypothetical. If you were certainly convinced of something, right? You had formed an opinion, it was a strong opinion, and it later turns out you were wrong. How would you anticipate reacting to something like that?
Admitting to my wrong?
Okay. And how do you apply that later in life?
Maybe evaluate situations more deeply, or
Okay. So one of the rules of law that will apply in this case is that the judge will instruct you on the law if you were to be a juror in this case, right? Could you follow the law even if you thought it was wrong or you disagreed with it?
yes.
So you could read the law, judge the facts of the case, and apply the law even if you thought that the law should be changed.
Yes.
Now, in terms of your role as a prospective juror, it is to be a finder of the facts, is what we call it. You're the judge of the facts. You would be one of 12 people deciding what happened. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And you understand that ultimately it would require a unanimous jury verdict to either convict or acquit Mr. Chauvin. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And if you were to find yourself on either side of the situation, the odd man out, so to speak, or the odd person out, I guess I should say, odd woman out, how would you be the type of person that would dig your heels in and say, I'm not changing my opinion no matter what? Or would you be the person that would simply concede to get this over with rather than continue fighting?
I am the type of person to hold my ground, so I guess it depends on where we're at and where everyone is at in the situation.
Okay.
But I'm not afraid to stand up when others are against me.
Okay. So I'm going to turn again now to your questionnaire and ask you some follow-up questions. Again, we recognize it's been, I guess, at least 2 months since you filled it out. So the first question that you're asked was to ask about what you had heard or what you sort of knew about this case. Do you recall that question generally?
Yes.
All right. And so what you wrote is you wrote about a page of information that you had learned from the news, right? Learned from the news or conversations or things of that nature.
Yes.
Right? Do you watch the news or regularly read the news?
Not anymore.
Well, obviously, but at this point, did you?
Yes.
Okay. At the point you filled out your questionnaire, you did, right?
Yes.
All right. One of the things that you wrote was about remembering that there were 2 autopsies performed in the case.
Yes.
That's what you believed that had happened.
Yes.
Now, one of the things that is very important is only certain evidence is going to come into the courtroom, and that's what you're required to judge the case on, right? But if you have some knowledge from the time before you filled this out, and that information is not presented in this courtroom, are you able to kind of set aside what you may have remembered or may have learned before and focus only on what's in the courtroom?
Yes.
You were asked to state your opinions as to both Mr. Chauvin as well as Mr. Floyd. Do you remember those questions generally?
Yes.
And in terms of your opinion as to Mr. Chauvin, you indicated that it was a somewhat negative response.
Yes.
Okay. And you wrote, the only reason I chose this and not neutral is due to the fact that it went on so long, the knee, in parentheticals. So can you just explain why did that influence your opinion to the more negative of Mr. Chauvin?
I could only watch part of the video, and from what I saw as a human, that did not give me a good impression.
Okay. And it's important for you to understand that you are entitled to have your opinions, right?
Yes.
You as a human being are entitled to have your opinions, and we may or may not disagree on whatever some of your opinions are. You appreciate that?
Yes.
And nobody is asking you to set aside your personal opinions or beliefs here, generally speaking. Do you understand that?
Yes.
However, the concern is that your personal opinions seep into or affect your decision-making process as a jury. Do you understand why we would be concerned about that?
Yes.
Both from the defense as well as from the state of Minnesota. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And we have to take what you tell us at face value. You understand that?
Yes.
All right. We don't know what you're really thinking or what's in your heart, and that's why, and it's okay for you to embrace your own personal opinions. Okay? So, the fact that you formed that opinion, and that opinion was negative to some degree because of what you saw on the video, and we'll talk about the video in a second, but because of what you saw on the video, you just thought that it was, as a human being, that it was hard to watch.
Yes.
And that it was longer than it needed to be.
Yes.
And that you felt that the defendant made a decision about how to treat this person that was inhumane.
Yes.
Now, the video that we're talking about, I want to make sure, because there are lots of videos that have been released into the public sphere. And the video I want to make sure we're talking about is there was a bystander video, and that bystander video got uploaded to Facebook. It went viral, and the media started paying attention. Is that the video you refer to?
I guess I'm not quite sure, but
Okay.
most likely.
Okay. There are other videos that have been released publicly, like surveillance videos from nearby stores, and there are some body-worn cameras that may have been out from the police officers that may be in the public sphere. Can you recall from what perspective you were watching this video? Would it have been from a bystander, from a police officer, or a security system?
Bystander.
Okay. So we're probably talking about the same video. Did you first come across that video on social media, or did you see it in the news?
Social media.
Okay. And when you saw it, you indicated that you had watched it one time, although I do not think I fully, or finished it fully, is what you said. So were you watching sort of through social media that native, longer form video?
Yes.
And then in the news, right, there were like little clips from that video that you may have seen,
Possibly.
or still frame images taken from that video.
Possibly.
Okay. But why do you think it is that you didn't fully finish it?
I just couldn't watch it anymore.
Because you found it to be inhumane, correct?
Yes.
And again, you have a certain set of life experiences, right? Would you agree with me that you're not a police officer?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that you've never been trained in the arrest of an individual?
Yes.
And that there may be information, well, let me ask it this way. Would you be willing to let other information about police procedure, what happens before or after, all of these things potentially affect your decision? Would you allow your decision to be changed if you gathered more information?
What decision? I haven't made a decision yet.
No, I mean your opinion. I apologize.
Yes.
Okay, so you would be willing to keep an open mind, hear all of the evidence, right?
Yes.
You testify, or I keep saying testified. You told me earlier that when you were called upon to resolve this conflict between your two friends or colleagues, that it was important that you listen to both sides.
Yes.
Can you do that here?
Yes.
You were asked in the questionnaire about whether you talked about George Floyd's death with friends and family members, and you wrote, and what opinions you may have expressed, and you wrote confusion, sadness for everyone, and the need for possible police reform. Can you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, I mean, conversation happened a lot in the news with friends, family, I think for most people. And I think when there wasn't an answer, we didn't know what was going on, and everyone saw the video and what's going on in the news, there was just a lot of confusion as to why.
Okay. What do you mean by the need for possible police reform?
Just that.
Just that it could be or may not be?
We need police reform.
Right. I mean, are you open to the possibility that police reform is not needed?
No.
So you do believe that there are some reforms that are needed to be made as a result of this incident?
Yes.
Again, and it's perfectly okay. I'm not, you indicated that you had, in fact, yourself participated in a peaceful BLM protest in Duluth, and you did not carry a sign,
Yes.
and that other people like your cousins, I believe, indicated that they had also participated in some marches.
They were in Minneapolis, yes.
Minneapolis. Okay. Why did you decide to go to that protest?
I just felt it was necessary to show my support.
Okay. Your support for whom?
Others who have been affected by similar situations,
Okay. So not simply this particular case
and this case.
and this case. So again, you have an opinion about this case. You have an opinion about Mr. Chauvin. You have an opinion about the need for police reform. And all of those opinions are you are entitled to those opinions. Can you honestly tell us that you can set aside those strong opinions and judge this case on the facts alone?
Yes.
Now, during the questionnaire, you were also asked some questions there were more statements, and you were asked to judge or rank your agreement on them on a scale of 1 to 5. Do you recall that generally?
I don't remember what the statements were.
Right, but you remember like circling 1 or 2 or 3
Yes.
with a list of various statements. So I want to ask you some follow-up questions on some of those. So the first question reads, discrimination is not as bad as the media makes it out to be. You circled 4 that you somewhat disagreed with that, and you wrote, what media? What did you mean, first and foremost, by the statement, what media? And why would you somewhat disagree with that statement?
I mean, every news station has a different view on it, or you see different things on every news station, whether it's the actual news or it's Instagram or it's Facebook. You just see a wide variety of things, so I don't think there's a general media that you can talk about.
Okay. And why would you disagree with the statement, discrimination is not as bad as the media makes it to be?
Because I guess I just didn't know what media was being talking about.
Okay, that's fair enough. You were asked, the statement reads, blacks and other minorities do not receive equal treatment as whites in the criminal justice system, and you checked somewhat agree. Why did you check somewhat agree to that statement?
Just with everything that was shown in the world this past year, that's just what I believe at this point.
Okay. Not pointing to any personal experience or any sort of quantitative data, you're just saying, I kind of agree with that.
I have friends who have been mistreated by the police too, and only people of color.
Okay. Okay. The question was presented, I support defunding the Minneapolis Police Department, and you indicated that you had no opinion of that, but you wrote, would need more research, but cannot until after trial. Can you just, I mean, again, I understand that once you filled this questionnaire out, you didn't go start researching, but you have no opinion. Why?
Because I don't know exactly what it means at this point, but as I mentioned before, I do believe in police reform.
Okay. The statement reads, because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second-guess decisions they make while on duty, and you strongly disagreed with that proposition. Why?
Even police officers are human, and humans make mistakes.
Okay. Do you think that there are different levels of police decision-making?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think there are circumstances where a police officer may have time to think through his or her decision, formulate a plan, and then execute that plan?
Yes.
And then there would be certain circumstances where an officer would have to make a very quick decision, right?
Yes.
And sometimes under incredible stress or danger to themselves or others. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Do you think that there is a distinction between those two types of decisions?
Yes.
Do you think one is more fair to question than the other?
Not necessarily.
Okay. So where is there any distinction? So you would say any decision that a police officer makes is should be questioned.
Yes.
You indicated that your mother's uncle used to be a police officer? So your great uncle was a police officer?
Yes.
How well did you know him, or did you know him?
I see him probably once or twice a year.
Okay. Was he a police officer here in the city or elsewhere? You don't need to tell us where, but outstate? Or
Not in Minneapolis.
Okay. In the state of Minnesota?
Yes.
Okay. If you were to, well, let me ask you, did he ever kind of tell you stories about his career or anything like that?
Yes.
Okay. If you were to be a juror on this case, and if a question of police policy or practice came up, would you take it upon yourself to call your great uncle and ask him questions about what's right, what's wrong?
No.
Okay, just have to ask. You also indicated that your cousin is a nurse. If this case involved medical testimony, would you call your cousin and ask for her opinion as to the medical?
No.
So I skipped one question that I've been asking other jurors at the beginning, kind of a general question. When my understanding of the process is that you received just like a page or two letter that tells you that you have jury duty, and then a little bit later you received a packet of information and this questionnaire, and then you received instructions maybe later from there, right? Does that sound like the process as you recall it?
Yes.
So when you got that first letter that told you that you had been summoned for jury duty, what was your initial reaction?
I was surprised.
Why were you surprised?
It's a global case. Everyone got involved, and honestly, I thought older people would be picked,
Okay.
even though that might not be a thing.
So, I mean, I'm talking about just sort of that initial letter before you knew it was for this case. Or did you know in that first letter you were being called?
We knew in the first letter,
Okay, all right.
I believe.
Because some people are describing that they figured it out when they got this packet. It doesn't matter. So your response was, especially when you learned that it was this case, it was surprised because it was a global case, and you figured that older people would be called as opposed to someone who's in her early adulthood.
Yeah, I just thought, why me?
Okay. And ultimately then in the questionnaire, the questionnaire asks, do you want to serve as a juror in this case? And you check the box yes. And when asking why, it says, I am a recent college grad. I know it sounds cheesy, but I believe everything happens for a reason. I believe that where I am in life, there is a reason I have been called to be here. This case has been global news, and it will take a special someone to be able to put everything aside and be present at the trial. Right? You
Yes.
remember writing that? So I just have so do you feel that you are serving some higher purpose by being involved in this case?
What do you mean by higher purpose?
Well, there are some people who desperately want to get off of a jury, right? And so they'll say just about anything they can say to not have to be on a jury service. And then there are some people who really, really want to be on a jury for whatever reason that may be. And so they'll say pretty much anything they think they have to do to say to get onto the jury, right? And I'm just curious, because you referenced that that you're here for some special reason. What would that reason be? Would it be to make sure that Mr. Chauvin is convicted?
No.
What would the reason be?
To have someone here that has an open mind and who is able to be here for the right reason. And I'm just answering these questions honestly, and if I'm chosen, then that's the way it's supposed to be. But if I'm not, then that's the way it's supposed to be.
Okay. Fair enough. May I have a moment, Your Honor? Your Honor, the defense will exercise a
All right. Juror number 42, you are excused from this panel. You're also excused from your jury service for this term. So unless you get a summons in the years to come, you're free to go about your business. Thank you, though, for taking the time to fill this out. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. I have that as defense number 8. Is that correct?
That's what I have.
We're going to probably take a 15-minute break. I don't know if we have our juror, and even if we do, they have to go through the 15-minute orientation video that is standard. So it'll be at least 15 minutes. So let's circle back at 10 o'clock to see if we're ready to go, because the juror who is missing, who is on their way, is our next juror. So let's be in recess at least until 10 o'clock. Thank you. right, just for the record, we are back on both audio and video. And we are getting the other jurors for the group instructions. All right, you can pick any seat you wish. It's just like church. Everybody takes the back row. That's okay. We want you to be comfortable in this process. Well, good morning, everyone. First of all, can you all hear me? If not, we have hearing assistance devices, and everyone is nodding yes. My name is Pete Cahill, and I'm one of the judges of the district court. You have been summoned as potential jurors in the case of State of Minnesota versus Derek Chauvin, which is a criminal case related to the death of George Floyd on May 25th, 2020. A person charged with a crime has a right to a fair trial before an impartial judge and an impartial jury. In order to make sure the jurors who are selected are impartial, the law provides that the court and the attorneys for the parties may ask questions to all prospective jurors, which must be answered under oath. First of all, thank you for filling out and sending back the questionnaire that we sent you. That's a great help to us in knowing a little bit about your background. Your contribution to the important and serious matter at hand is best served by your continuing to answer those questions fully, completely, and honestly. The questions that you'll hear today will follow up on issues from the questionnaire and possibly other topics. Now, after the questioning is over, the attorneys may excuse you from service on this jury, and I may excuse you for what's called cause. In either case, it does not mean that you are not a fair and impartial person, and you should not take offense in being excused. I also ask that you not take any offense in any questions that are asked. To some extent, we must pry in order to explore opinions you might hold and to talk about some experiences that you have had that might affect your ability to serve in this case. The defendant, Mr. Chauvin, has been charged with murder in the second degree and manslaughter in the second degree, but in the normal course of trial, charges are likely to be added or subtracted, but those are the charges for you to consider today when you are hearing the questions. To the charges, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which is a denial of each and every material allegation in the charges. And now I'm going to ask the different attorneys and parties to represent, to introduce themselves. So for the state.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Steve Slisher, representing the state of Minnesota.
Good morning. My name is Christina Marinakis, and I'm assisting with the prosecution.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Keith Ellison, and I represent the state of Minnesota.
Good morning. Joshua Larson, also with the state of Minnesota. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson, if you could introduce yourself and your client.
Good morning. My name is Eric Nelson. This is my client, Derek Chauvin, my assistant, Amy Voss.
Thank you. Now, in addition to the attorneys from the Attorney General's office who are here, other attorneys might make their presence known and be a part of the case. Those include Aaron Eldridge, Jerry Blackwell, and possibly and Matthew Frank. Does anyone know any of those attorneys or anybody who works for the Attorney General's office? Okay. And juror number 44, I think we'll deal with that when you come forward for your individual questioning. Remind us that you have to tell us about the specifics. Anyone know anyone from Mr. Nelson's firm or have any association with them? Okay, everyone's shaking their heads no. Anyone acquainted with anyone else in the courtroom? As you look around, no one familiar, all right. Now, you have been given a copy of a list of potential witnesses. During your individual examination, you'll be asked if you know anybody on that list and the nature of the relationship. So keep that in mind and also bring that list with you when you come into the courtroom later on. Now, one of the things the attorneys may not do in jury selection is to instruct you on the law. But I do want you to be aware of some of the basic concepts that apply in all criminal cases so that you may keep them in mind as you answer the court's and the attorney's questions. So I will instruct you as follows. First, the charges against the defendant are not evidence, and they create no inference of guilt. No member of the jury should in any way permit himself or herself to be prejudiced against the defendant because a charge has been made against him or because he has been placed on trial. The defendant is presumed innocent of the charges made against him, and in order for you to find the defendant guilty, the state must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant does not have to prove his innocence. The presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial, unless and until he has been proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt according to the law and the evidence admitted at trial. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is such proof as ordinarily prudent men and women would act upon in their most important affairs. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It does not mean a fanciful or capricious doubt, nor does it mean beyond all possibility of doubt. Now, if you serve on this jury, you and your fellow jurors will be the sole judges of whether a witness is to be believed and of the weight to be given their testimony. There are no hard and fast rules to guide you in this respect. But in determining believability and weight of testimony, you may take into consideration the witness's interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, the relationship to the parties, their ability and opportunity to know, remember, and relate the facts, their manner, their age and experience, their frankness and sincerity, or the lack thereof, reasonableness or the unreasonableness of their testimony, in light of all the other evidence in the case. Also, any other factors that bear on believability and weight. If on this jury, you should rely in the last analysis upon your own experience, good judgment, and common sense. There are things you should not do during jury selection. You are not investigators. You are not to go out and do any looking, and you are not to ask people about this matter. You are not to use the internet to look for information about this case or about the law. Above all, you must not talk to anyone who is involved, the lawyers, witnesses, or spectators. Do not be offended if the attorneys, parties, or witnesses do not speak to you. They know that it would be improper to contact you except through the normal selection process, and so the attorneys and parties will confine themselves to a brief greeting. Now, during the selection process, your family and friends will be curious as to what you are doing, and you may tell them that you are on a panel of potential jurors in a criminal case. And that is all you should tell them. Since that is all you should tell family and friends, that is all you should tell the general public. So, during these proceedings, please refrain from using Facebook, Twitter, or other social media to announce that you are a potential juror or to comment on this trial. You may access those social media tools, but please do not publish any information about this case or your thoughts about this case. You do not have to stay away from people and refuse to speak to them. Do whatever you wish, but do not talk about the case, and in particular, do not talk at all to anyone involved in it. Because of the nature of the charges, this case is receiving media coverage. Do not read about this case in the newspapers or watch anything online. Do not listen to news about it on radio or television. This trial, including jury selection, is being televised, but no video of you or any juror will be taken at any time, now or during trial if you are selected. Also, your name will not be used in the courtroom. In order to protect your privacy, you will only be referred to by your random number. The audio of anything you say will be broadcast, unless we need to discuss something that is deeply personal or extremely sensitive or embarrassing, and I specifically order the audio to not be broadcast. In that case, you will still have to answer questions on the record, but without audio or video broadcast. And with that, the exception of juror number 44, I'm going to direct the remaining jurors to follow the deputy back to the courtroom you were just in, keeping in mind that we are exercising COVID protections. So I took my mask off because we are far away from each other, and so that I could be clear. I'm going to be putting it back on when you are in the witness stand for jury selection. Please, while you're in the courtroom, keep your mask on, maintain social distancing, and feel free to use all the hand sanitizers and wipes that you wish. With that, if you could go to the deputy with the exception of juror number 44. All right, juror 44, if you could come on up to the witness stand again. And just for the record, we had a short discussion off the record, or off audio and video. And just so we are clear, we are currently on audio only. We are aware that there's some matters that we are going to discuss with you where we'll not only go off audio, but take the extra step of excluding spectators from the courtroom so that only the parties, the attorneys, and a technician who controls our audio and video will be present. Just an advisory there. So before I turn it over to the attorneys, a couple things I want to do is, number one, I have to swear you in to make sure that all your answers are under oath. So if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
I so swear.
All right. Well, first of all, you filled out a questionnaire. Thank you for doing so. You took great care, it appears, to fill it out accurately, and we appreciate that. Is everything true that's on the questionnaire?
Yes.
All right. Are there any changes or additions to the questionnaire that you feel comfortable at this time bringing to our attention?
Just the one thing that we need to discuss off audio.
Right. Okay. And I also appreciate the fact that you kind of marked it very well on the questionnaire, and so we'll abide by your request. All the parties agree on that. At some point, other than that, the attorneys might ask you a question that prompts another recollection, or you may realize an opinion you may have given in the questionnaire has evolved. Maybe it's changed. It's just want you to know that it is all right. In fact, we hope, if it's an honest answer, is that you give a different answer. Mm-hmm. We don't think anyone is lying to us. It's just that things change. People on reflection realize maybe there was some stuff they should have added. So feel free to offer something, even if it is different from what's in your questionnaire. You were not supposed to read any articles or watch media since you filled out the questionnaire, because the questionnaire itself gave that advisory. But we recognize it's been a couple months. You may have inadvertently been exposed to something, a headline, maybe a friend talked to you about the case, and since we told you don't tell anybody that you're a potential juror, you couldn't exactly stop them. So did anything like that happen to you that you became aware of more information from when you filled out the questionnaire until today? And be it a headline about pretrial matters, the parties, anything about the case?
No, I mean, I don't watch local news that much. And I haven't turned it on all week specifically because I knew this was happening. But last week I remember news coverage of, fences going up or whatever around precincts and around this building and stuff. But other than that, that's been it.
All right, yeah. Okay. And the reason why we ask these questions, I'm sure you know, is everybody who's filled out the questionnaire knows something about the case, various degrees of knowledge. And I think almost everyone has formed certain opinions about the case or the people involved. And the question is whether you can put all that aside, because as a juror, you have to be fair and impartial. Part of what is being fair and impartial is that we are all working off the same knowledge base. So in other words, put aside what you've learned outside the courtroom, put aside your opinions. I know you can't put them out of your mind completely, but just not make them part of the analysis. Decide the case just on the evidence that you hear in the courtroom and base it on the law that I give you at the end of the case. Could you do that?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did you recognize any of the witnesses on that long list?
No.
Okay. We did indicate the length of the trial would be about a month. For example, if you were picked on this jury, you would be on your own. Feel free to do anything you want until March 29th. And we anticipate starting trial with opening statements and evidence on that day. Okay. And probably it'll last about, and this is an estimate, about 4 weeks. can you make that work with your personal life?
Yes.
Okay. Little hesitation there. Is there a concern that you wanted to talk about, or?
I'm a single mom.
Okay.
Got 2 teenage boys, a senior and sophomore in high school.
Okay.
They can stay with their dad. I think the first week is actually spring break for them.
Okay.
And so they can be with their dad. And
All right. You will not be sequestered during the trial
Okay.
itself, unless something happens and I have to
that's-
order,
Sure.
and that would be my decision. Right now, I don't see any need for that, so you can go home at the end of the day. We might have some long days, so
Yeah.
you might be a little late getting home. But deliberations themselves will be sequestered. You'll be kept together, put up in a hotel until come to a verdict. Can you make that work?
Yes.
All right. And we've had other jurors express similar issues that they are single parents, but with younger children. It sounds like the teenagers.
They're kind of capable on their own. It would just be that sequestered part that I figured during deliberation we would be.
Yeah, so
I
they could
just
be
wanted
left
to
on
be
their
honest.
own. Sometimes we hope they make good decisions with their teenage brains, but you can pretty much
Yeah,
leave them.
my 18-year-old is not staying by himself.
Sounds like you've already thought through this process.
Either my mom's there or they're going to their dad's.
It sounds like a good decision. All right. Before I turn it over to the attorneys, anything else? Any questions you have for me? All right. With that, before I turn it over to Mr. Nelson, just another advisory is when we are doing this, it can become conversational.
Okay.
And in a typical informal conversation, we'll interject with affirmations or even answering the question before it's finished. Because we need a good record of this, we'd ask that you, as much as you can, try not to talk over each other.
Okay.
And I will acknowledge in saying that the lawyers and I are the worst offenders. So, but if we could all try and get to that position, that would be wonderful. With that, as to juror number 44, Mr. Nelson, you may inquire. You may, sure. All right. I think what we're going to do is Mr. Nelson will ask you some questions first, but we are going to go right into some of the more sensitive things.
Okay.
And at everyone's agreement, we are going to go off the audio. The video will simply be of the seal and things like that, not on any of us, so there won't be any lip reading, not that they could with this. But in any case, we will go off audio completely, and we will ask that spectators... All right, for the record, our spectators have returned, and we will go back on audio again. Juror number 44, you are not on any video whatsoever, strictly on audio, but it is being broadcast. And so with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Nelson for some questioning. Oh, and by the way, if you want, you can also take your mask off. It's totally up to you. I'll keep mine on. Okay.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you today?
I'm well, thank you.
Good. Thank you again for your time and being here and answering questions. Sorry for the delays and things of that nature, but we definitely appreciate your participation in this case. So what I'm going to do here moving forward is I am going to ask you a series of kind of general, broad questions just to kind of get to know you a little bit better, and then we're going to focus on some of your responses to the questionnaire you filled out a couple months ago. Is that okay with you?
Yes.
All right. And again, we know that you probably haven't read or thought about this document in the last couple of months. If there are specific things I want to ask you about, I will ask you about them, and I'll tell you what you wrote. Okay? All right. So let's start with this. Let's assume you and I met under different circumstances at some social event or party or whatever, and we were chatting, first introduction. What are a couple things I would walk away knowing about you?
I'm a mom.
Okay.
I love the outdoors, so I'm really active outdoors. And then you know about my job because in the nonprofit sector, yeah, we advocate and talk about our mission-based work.
Great.
A lot.
And again, without identifying anything about who you work for or where you work, what is the general nature of your advocacy in your job?
Current job?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Healthcare.
Healthcare. Okay. And I believe, and I'm going to kind of skip forward because I just got to get it out of the way. You've had some contact with Mr. Ellison in the course of your career.
Correct.
Do you know him personally?
No.
Do you socialize with him?
No.
It's simply through kind of your work as an advocate, right?
Correct.
And is there anything about your past experiences with Mr. Ellison that would in any way make it fair or make you a fair or impartial juror?
No.
Okay. One possible outcome of this case would be a not guilty verdict.
Correct.
Would you hesitate in your decision simply by virtue of the fact that you may have to go back to Mr. Ellison at some other time and advocate for your employer?
Absolutely not.
Okay, good. Just have to be clear and want to make sure.
Well, my decision on the case would be based on the facts.
Perfect.
Either way. So, if the facts show that it's a not guilty, then I'm pretty sure that Mr. Ellison would understand that. And the reverse, right?
Sure.
At least I would hope.
Perfect. All right. So at some point you received a jury summons and questionnaire, and it became clear that you were a prospective juror in this particular case.
Yes.
Now, what was your initial reaction to learning that you could be a juror in this particular case?
Oh my God.
Right. Was that a good oh my God or a bad oh my God? Or
Probably more of a terrifying oh my God.
okay.
Because it is such a high profile case. And so, that's kind of I've been on a jury before in the past, and it was nothing like what I probably would go through on this jury.
Sure. So in that regard, when you say it was a terrifying kind of a response, did you have concerns for your physical or personal safety or the personal or physical safety of your children?
No, I'm not concerned for physical safety.
Okay. Are you concerned about being harassed or harangued as a result of your involvement in this case?
I think anyone that said they wouldn't be concerned with that would be lying. So of course I'm concerned with that, because I do think you have people that are very much wanting a verdict one way or the other, and they may not accept what verdict comes out. And so I think there's a very real potential with that. I mean, when you look at what happened with our election, I mean,
Right.
that's how people respond when they're very emotional about stuff. So I think that's a reality for anyone on this.
Okay. Now, in terms of, let me ask you, in terms of when you first came down to the Hennepin County Government Center and saw the fortifications and the National Guard and law enforcement out in full force, did that, how did that make you feel?
My initial reaction was, how do I get in there?
Yeah, it's a little hard.
But I don't think I had feelings about it. I think, like I said, I know I had heard in the news probably last week or the week before or something that stuff was starting to go up. So I knew to expect it.
Okay, fair enough. And then in terms of learning that, you know, we're doing everything that we can to protect your anonymity at this point, did that help make you feel a little, did that make you feel a little more comfortable about everything?
100%.
Okay, good. You know, you do understand that there's a possibility that at some point in the future, your name could be released as to the public.
Yeah, I think at the end it can be.
And maybe sometime after. We don't know.
Okay.
That hasn't been decided yet. Okay. Does that help assuage some of your concerns?
No, if it's kept private and confidential, there's no reason to be concerned, right? But there is the potential that it's released, and I stay true to what I said before. I mean, there are people feeling strongly on each sides of this. I assume there are. I'm pretty sure there are.
Right.
And so I think that reality is there for all jurors if and when those names get released.
Okay, fair enough. So in your personal life, your professional life, your familial life, can you think of a situation, you know, where you have been asked to resolve conflict between two people?
All the time.
All right. So how do you approach that situation?
I talk to each person individually typically, and then I usually end up being a mediator of so I'm a C-level executive, and
Okay.
so you talk to each individual, get the facts, then you sit down and you kind of mediate, figure out where things go from there. And so I'm talking obviously in my professional level,
Right. So getting both sides of the story is an important component to resolving conflict.
Absolutely.
How about other things, like maybe what other people saw or what other information is available?
If they're involved, yes. It's a 360 type of thing.
Okay. And so have you ever been in that context, have you ever had two people who you have to decide who's telling the truth between those two people?
Well, that's always the case when there's conflict, right?
Not necessarily, I would think, but I mean...
We're humans. I mean, so what one person perceives as truth is typically different than what another person perceives as truth.
Okay.
Because of, how we were raised, our environment, just the way our brains work, all that kind of stuff, right? So I think sometimes it can just, I guess, be a personality conflict, and there's not a truth that you're sussing out. It's just dealing with the personality conflict. But if it's about finding the truth, there's perceived truth. And if you're not there physically to see that, even though you would have a perceived truth within that, you have to do the best with the facts that are presented.
Okay, great. Can you think of a certain situation again in your life where you were 100% convinced that you were correct, but it later turned out that you were wrong?
Sure, there's times with my ex-spouse that that you are certain that you told them that XYZ was happening, and then they prove you that
Gotcha.
it's not true.
Yeah. So how do you, what's the reaction when you kind of go, oh, mea culpa, my bad, I was wrong?
Take ownership.
Take ownership. Okay. Do you think that a person who exercises his or her right to a trial is not taking ownership of what he or she may be accused of?
No, I think it's their right to a trial.
Okay, good. Would you be able to, I mean, we all have our perceptions of the law and what we think is right and what we think should be done. In this case, the judge is going to give you a set of jury instructions that instructs you on the law. Would you be able to follow the law even if you thought it was wrong or that the law should be changed?
Absolutely, you follow the law.
Now, I'm going to just turn to some of your responses. Again, ma'am, I'm not trying to trick you. I just want to make sure we can flush out some of what you wrote in a little bit more detail. Are you
Sure.
okay with that? Okay. So the first question that was presented in the questionnaire was just to kind of give us what you know about this case type question. And you actually wrote 2 full pages about what you knew, and you had some, it was clear you were following, I think, this case in the news at that time. Is that fair?
Kind of.
And
There was a lot of news. Did I follow the news about it? No.
Okay. But you were exposed to a lot of the news based on just...
I don't see how you couldn't be.
Right. And you paid, I'm sure you paid attention to all of the news, but, you remembered things that you heard from the media, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not going to necessarily go through all of your responses, but would you recognize or would you be able to understand that you have to decide this case based upon the evidence as it is presented in court?
Yes.
And you may have heard something in the media beforehand, and you may think that that information is relevant information to your decision. Would you agree that that's a possibility at least?
I would say no to that. I mean, sure, there's a possibility, but media is biased and they don't have all the facts.
Okay.
I am guessing if I'm on this jury, I get to see and hear all the facts. So I'm getting information that they did not have when they were reporting
Sure.
back then. And
So there may be certain pieces of information that they may be technically true, right? They may have been reported upon, but they're ultimately not relevant to this case, and the lawyers or the court may decide that the jury doesn't get to hear this. Can you abide by that?
absolutely.
And you can abide by deciding this case on the facts as presented in court?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you a question about what we're kind of referring to as the video for purposes of jury selection. There was a bystander video that was taken, was uploaded to Facebook, it went viral, it became the news. There was a question in here that asked if you had seen any video of this event. Is that the video you understood this to be, or were there other videos that you've seen?
I think I answered it in there, but I'll repeat. So I saw I didn't watch the whole video, any video that I saw, but there was 2 different videos. One was a bystander filming it by the police car where, I know the Asian officer, and I don't remember his name. Sure. He was standing there and he was interacting with the person that was filming.
Okay.
So I watched partially that video, and then I partially watched a video of like security camera footage.
Okay.
Of I think a store across the street or something like that. But I think I maybe watched 30 seconds of that video.
Okay. So your access to these videos, were they by like just what you saw on the news, or did you actually go onto the internet and like onto Facebook or something and search for the actual videos?
I can't recall if I actually ever searched for a video, but I believe, somebody else posted the video and I probably pressed play off the internet or, off of Facebook or Instagram or something.
Okay.
That's, yeah.
And you don't think you've watched the entirety of
I
that?
know I haven't watched the entirety of it.
Okay. Why didn't you?
It was emotional. I think you have so much coming from you from the media and from what people are posting on Facebook and stuff, so you have a perceived idea of what's going to happen in the video. And I decided I didn't want to watch it.
Okay. Now, based upon what you've seen in the media, based upon these videos that you've watched, the questionnaire asks you a couple of questions about your perceptions of both Mr. Chauvin as well as Mr. Floyd, right? And in terms of your perception of Mr. Chauvin, you checked the box mark somewhat negative, and then when asked why, you wrote, "I feel the officers have different levels of culpability. I do not know the laws and procedures of the police for detainment, but a man died, and I'm sure that's not procedure." Right?
Correct.
But you acknowledge you don't know what the police procedures are, right?
Correct.
And if you were to hear evidence that was contrary to that, would you be able to accept the fact that perhaps procedures are different than you thought they may be?
I don't know what they are, so the evidence put forth would be fact.
Okay, good. With respect to Mr. Floyd, you had a more neutral opinion of Mr. Floyd, and you wrote, "Mr. Floyd was not a model citizen. Most of us have some skeletons, and he may have had more than most, but he didn't deserve to die." So in terms of the phrase "deserve to die," right? Have you formed an opinion as to who is responsible for Mr. Floyd's death?
No, because I don't have all the facts.
Okay. We're all human, right?
Right.
And we all form our own opinions, and we all are entitled to our own beliefs. And you're perfectly within your right as a human being and a citizen to have your own opinions. But what we need to make sure is that, can you take any opinions that you may have formed, kind of set them to the side, see the evidence as it happens in this trial, and make a decision based on that as opposed to your perceived opinions? Can you do that?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about whether you had talked to friends and family members and things of that nature, and what opinions you may have shared. And you said that, yes, you have talked to your friends and family. Did you post on, this is it's a convoluted question because it asks about friends, families, social media, all of that. Did you post anything on social media about your opinions that you recall?
I honestly cannot recall.
Okay.
But I lean more towards the side of I probably didn't post anything.
Did not?
Yes.
Okay. I have
But
not,
I can't 100%.
guarantee it.
Right. But
you don't remember like sharing any, like once you saw that video, did you share it with your friends on Facebook or Instagram?
I really don't think I did.
Okay.
But I can't be 100% sure.
Okay. What you wrote in terms of the opinions you expressed to your friends and family, at least, was that you had sympathy for Mr. Floyd as well as the officers. Can you explain that a little to me?
Everyone's lives are changed by this incident and what happened. Everyone's lives. And it's not easy for anyone. And so, yeah, I have sympathy or empathy, for everyone involved, because this is life-altering, life-changing, and it's hard.
Okay. And you have some friends or colleagues or family members who participated in protests after the incident?
I've had a couple friends that have done protests. Yes.
Okay. Did you talk to them about their experiences in that?
No.
Okay. You're just aware they did?
Yeah.
Okay. you were asked a question about your belief as to whether or not the community has been negatively or positively affected by any of the protests that have taken place in the Twin Cities area since George Floyd's death. And you wrote, both. The raising of voices is being heard around the world for change, and that's good, but the community, businesses, and neighborhoods have suffered greatly. That's bad.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree that there's a difference between a protest and a riot?
Oh, 100%.
Okay. And do you think that the people who protested are also responsible for the rioting?
The mass majority, no.
But some may have been involved in both.
Correct. But I don't know, because once again, I wasn't there, and all you get is biased media.
Sure. Fair enough. So there was a list of statements in the questionnaire, and then you were asked to rank whether you agree or disagree and to the level of agreement or disagreement. Again, I'm not expecting you to remember each statement and how you answered it, but I just have some follow-ups to ask you about your thoughts on some of these statements.
Okay.
So the first statement is, discrimination is not as bad as the media makes it out to be. And your response was, I strongly disagree with that, right?
Correct.
I mean-
well, that's how I feel, yes.
Okay. You just recognize that the media can be biased, right?
Yes.
So why do you strongly disagree with that statement? What information?
My career.
Okay. So you have within your professional career, you have experienced or talked to firsthand minorities and seen how they've been treated, and you think the media does not conflate or exaggerate?
There's absolutely exaggerations.
Okay.
Yes.
But you ultimately feel that minorities have been treated poorly by the system?
I believe, yes, we've disenfranchised them, and you know, laws were created many, many years ago that have not kept up with society and cultural changes. And so, you know, does there need to be changes? Absolutely. I mean, we're talking laws that were in many, many, many years ago, and society is very different now than it was back then.
Sure. Do you think that sometimes the law can be reactionary, meaning something happens and all of a sudden we just change all the laws to?
Yes, I believe it can be reactionary too.
And do you think there's inherent danger in that?
Yes.
You were asked, police in this country treat whites and black equally, and you somewhat disagreed with that statement. Can you explain that?
I think that I somewhat disagree with, once again, I somewhat disagree because most of my information is coming from media or other people's lived experiences, but it's not something that I've personally lived or have been around or experienced. Does that make sense?
Makes perfect sense.
So I'm somewhat disagreeing just because of what I'm hearing from other people, right?
Sure. Makes perfect sense. One of the statements reads, police in my community make me feel safe, and you somewhat agreed with that. Can you explain your thinking there?
You know, I think that's in response to obviously what happened with my older child at the time. You know, and for the most part, I feel safe in my community. But there's always those instances where you kind of go, you know, or whatever. But I wouldn't want a community without them.
Okay, fair enough. There is a question that says, the criminal justice system is biased against racial and ethnic minorities, and you strongly agreed with that.
Yes.
And again, is that sort of the same answer based on your lived, or your firsthand knowledge of people's lived experiences as well as the media?
It's mainly based on the work that I've done in my career.
Okay. So you were asked a series of questions as to the organization or movements known as Black Lives Matter, and Blue Lives Matter. With respect to Black Lives Matter, you checked the box somewhat favorable was your impression, and you wrote, I believe there is a negative bias with government systems, especially with the Black and Native communities. Excessive force against blacks must stop, but not everyone working in the system is bad. Can you explain kind of that thinking a little more?
Yeah, I mean, as I said before, I believe that there is bias within the system towards Black and Indigenous people of color. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember everything you just said that I wrote. And so I've seen it in my work. And repeat what I wrote. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought.
That's okay.
Right, we do it all the time.
You wrote, so that I think answers the first part, and then you wrote, excessive force against black must stop, but not everyone working in the system is bad.
Yeah, so I do believe that what I've heard, once again from a biased media typically, is, you know, there's this impression that everyone within the system is corrupt or bad or against BIPOC, you know, and I don't think that's true.
Sure. Well, you raise an interesting point about perceived bias. Do you think that the system intentionally, in every single case, is biased against a minority person?
Not intentionally, no.
Do you think that the system, it's possible that a system could be treating a minority person just the same way they would treat a white person, right? But that because that person is experiencing it for him or herself, they feel that the system is skewed against them? So it's their own perceived bias that the system...
Well, of course that can happen.
Sure. And even though the system may be treating people exactly the same in that circumstance, regardless of their color, one person may see it as, well, I'm okay, you know, it's fine, it's the way the system works, and another person may say, this is just systematic, it's an example because I'm being negatively affected.
You're probably not going to like my answer here, but I'd say it's both.
Okay. And explain. It's not my answer, it's yours, right? Explain.
I think there's inherent bias in the system. And as I said, it's years and years of laws that were created for a society that no longer exists. And the laws need to be changed. So that's inherent bias. And so do I think, this is the best way to put it. So I had a staff member who was black who worked for me, and I think when we started talking about white privilege, when that term came about, I was trying to better understand it. And I admitted I didn't get it. Like, why do we have to call racism or something a new term? And she explained it to me where her son, who's the same age as my oldest, the two of them could be in the same community, driving the exact same car, abiding all the rules of the road. But my white son, if he gets pulled over, doesn't have to have fear of like putting his hands on the steering wheel where the police can see him and not moving until the police tell them to get your registration or get your driver's license. Whereas her son, she's taught him growing up, this is what you do if you get pulled over by the police. And that was not something I ever thought about teaching my son. And so that's when I talk about that inherent systematic bias and whatnot. I mean, those are some of the things that I reflect upon.
Right. So let me, since we're having this discussion, let me ask you, and it's an intellectual exercise, right? Let me ask you, can the inverse be true? So take a situation where the city has enacted a law, an ordinance that says your fence can't be more than 6 feet tall, right? And the city, there's 2 houses, and they both have an 8-foot fence, and it's clearly in violation of the ordinance, right? And the city takes enforcement action against both families, right? The only difference between the 2 is one is white and one is black. Is it possible that either side could say, I'm being treated unfairly?
Sure, they could say that.
Okay. And even though the system is simply enforcing the rule
Right.
equally, is it possible that one side would say, I'm being discriminated against?
It's possible somebody would say that, yes.
With respect to Blue Lives Matter, you write you have a somewhat favorable opinion of that, and you write, not all police are bad. I don't want them terrorized or disrespected, but the bad behavior police need to go. Fair enough. Any further comment on that, or is that self-explanatory?
Self-explanatory.
Okay.
But I would say all bad behaviors, right? Not just police, but
Sure.
the question was specific to police.
You would agree that the police serve a valid function within the community,
Yes,
and the police at least help to make you feel somewhat safe, right?
yes.
Council Reed Sidebar.
To serve on this jury. And you checked both yes and not sure. And you wrote, I marked yes and not sure because I believe I would render a decision based on the facts presented, but worry that it will be such a high-profile trial. What does that translate into once it is over and people know I was on the jury? I just have to ask you. You can look at the facts and the evidence as presented in this case and analyze them in an impartial and fair way, correct?
Correct.
And you would apply that same standard as far as impartiality to the facts to both Mr. Chauvin and the state of Minnesota.
Yes.
You understand that the burden of proof is on the state of Minnesota.
Yes, I do.
Do you understand that Mr. Chauvin has no obligation to present any evidence, to call any witnesses? We don't even have to ask a single question. Are you okay with that?
I understand that, yes.
And would you hold that against him if we didn't?
No, that's his right.
Ultimately, do the precautions that are being taken to protect your anonymity resolve the other half of your answer?
I think I go back to what we first started our questioning on, is there's still the potential that eventually the anonymity is not going to be there. And I mean, and that's a very real thing. I don't think it changes that answer. I mean, I think I have a very analytical brain. I'm very much about facts and details. And so I think I'd be extremely fair, but yeah, I mean, how can it not give anyone pause that afterwards, if your name is released, that...
So let me ask you one last question. If you sat as a juror on this case, and you ultimately, or the jury ultimately rendered a not guilty verdict, you work in an industry that advocates for change, that advocates for legislative change, that advocates for policy change. you've referenced conversations you've had with coworkers. Would you be able to go back into that situation and explain why you reached a verdict, or would you be concerned that your community would reject you if you had made that decision?
I think at the end of the day, the only people that are going to see all the facts are the people that are in that courtroom, the jurors, and you all. And you have to render a verdict based on the facts and the evidence in the case. And they aren't there, and they're not going to necessarily see all that. I don't know how much gets publicized of the stuff and how much is kept confidential. And so at the end of the day, I don't think any external person, I know they will, but they don't have a right to judge because they weren't there. They don't know all the facts. And what they are told is only bits and pieces, typically. So.
Fair enough. May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Your Honor, we'll pass for cause.
Right. Juror 44. We're not done with you yet. But I've been pushing everybody pretty hard here without breaks. So what we're going to do is we're going to break for lunch. And I think we'll come back at 1:15. We have Random Acts of Catering that will provide you with a lunch. Sorry you didn't get a chance to weigh in on what you would like, but we'll have a lunch for you while you wait for us to resume, at which time the state will have its chance to talk to you. So if you could go to the deputy, and he'll escort you back to the courtroom.
Okay.
We're outside the hearing of the juror. Before we break for lunch, just to make a record that the parties have stipulated that the following juror numbers will be excused for cause: 58, 80, 81, 84, 93, 94, and 100. Am I correct with that, Mr. Nelson?
I may have just a moment
Sure.
to double check my notes.
And Mr. Slisher, if you could also check. And I can read them again if you'd like.
As the defenses as well.
All right, and that's by stipulation. Those jurors will be excused for cause. Just a pause here. This juror took quite a bit of time, understandably so. And the state still has to reach this person. So we have 4 from the morning who are going to be in the afternoon. I've already cut loose jurors 54 and 55. My question for council, since you know this better than I do, as far as how long some of these other jurors might take, should we cut loose 51 and 52? Only because that's a mark where we'd have to do another group. And I really don't like to do a group advisory of only one juror. For now, we have 51 and 52 remaining for the afternoon, so that we would have 5.5.
We estimated to get from 50, but probably the best we could do.
50 is excused, is that correct? Yeah, 51. You think you could get through 51?
50 and 51 are in the afternoon group, right?
Correct. Well, 50 is excused.
Oh, 50 is excused.
That was the earlier stipulation. 51 and 52 are currently going to be here in the afternoon. I've excused 54 and 55. So my question for council is, should I also excuse 51 and or 52?
I think definitely 52, 51 is more on the bubble.
I would agree with that assessment.
All right. We may end up doing a single advisory, but we'll do that then. They might be on their way in any case. It is noon.
If we can just have a second.
Sure. You want white noise, Mr. Nelson?
Mr. Nelson?
I think we're in agreement we can excuse the afternoon group.
All right, let's do that then. 51 and 52 will join 54 and 55 on Monday morning as opposed to this afternoon, which means we have 3.5 jurors to get through this afternoon. I appreciate your attention to this detail, and we'll see you at 1:15. Thank you. We're in recess. All right, we're back on the record. We're getting juror number 44. Or 44. All right, welcome back. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Slisher for the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Juror 44, now it's good afternoon, and I know it's been a long day. I needed to just follow up on a couple of questions, but first I was curious if you could just maybe share with us a little bit. You've been in leadership capacities in various nonprofits in your career. Can you please share a little bit about what drew you to that sort of work?
Well, initially I went to college to become a dietitian, and then there was I think a family social studies course or something that we had to take in college that was required an internship. And I interned at a place, and I just was drawn to it. I knew, like, this is what I wanted to do. And
So what type of work, what was it about the work that made you like it and want to stay in it?
I think it was, feeling like I was doing something to make our communities better, stronger, help people live more independent, healthy lives, that kind of thing. Just my work was it was about helping others,
And it seems in jobs like that you start kind of more boots on the ground, but then you've gone into management. Do you still find the same satisfaction as a manager, administrator as you did when you first started?
Yes, but I also love fundraising.
You love fundraising?
Yeah.
Okay. What makes you good at that?
What makes me what?
What makes you good at fundraising?
I'm not afraid to ask for money.
So you would probably describe yourself as being fairly direct.
Yes.
And a good communicator.
Yes.
I do want to follow up on a couple of answers to your questionnaire responses, one of which you stated that you somewhat disagreed with the proposition of defunding the Minneapolis Police Department. Could you please share with us a little bit about your reasoning behind that response?
I think my reasoning behind that is, as I alluded to earlier, I don't think I'd feel safe in my community without the police there. But I do know that there needs to, as I said before too, there needs to be some systematic change. And so I don't know all the details. I don't read what is reported in detail about that idea or what is happening with City Council or anything right now. So I don't know what I don't know, but I just know that I wouldn't feel 100% safe in my community without them, but I also know there needs to be change.
If you needed help, you would call the police and feel comfortable?
Yes.
With them coming into your home and the expectation that they would help you?
Yes.
You also somewhat agreed with the proposition that because law enforcement officers have such difficult jobs, it's wrong to second guess their decisions. You somewhat agreed with that statement. Can you please, explain that a little further?
In their role, you want to trust that their intentions are good and they're doing what they're supposed to be doing by the law and through, you know, proper procedure or training or whatever. But we are human and we err and we can't always be perfect, and we do all have an implicit bias. And so I think that's where I'm a little, you know, somewhat, I guess.
And so you think about the specific question, second guessing a decision that a law enforcement officer makes while they're on duty. If you were asked to serve as a juror in this case, you understand that's precisely what you would be asked to do, would be to evaluate the conduct of an officer while they were on duty and determine whether or not that conduct was a crime. How would you feel about participating in a process that you somewhat disagree with?
Well, I guess maybe I didn't take the question the same way as how it was posed.
How did you take it?
Well, because at the end of the day, like even in my leadership roles, that's what we have to do. We have to evaluate incidences with our staff or with our constituents, right? That maybe look from first glance to be inappropriate or not based on policy or whatever. And you got to look at the facts to see whether or not it was.
And when you're evaluating your staff, you're doing that in an employment context.
Yeah.
You know, perhaps I should, you know, ask you if you believe that officers should be evaluated, or to the extent any second guessing is allowed, that be more in an employment context and not brought into a criminal court. What are your
Depends
thoughts
on if
that?
there was a criminal act.
Okay. And so is it fair to say that if you believe there was a criminal act, even though you somewhat disagree with the proposition of second guessing what decisions officers make when they're on duty, you would be able to separate yourself from that disagreement and determine whether or not a criminal act actually occurred?
Yes.
You did indicate in your description of the I guess your impressions of the defendants that you did have some empathy for the officers. Fair?
Fair.
And I guess I need to ask you in terms of that. I mean, would you have a difficult time serving in a case in which someone for whom you have empathy, you know, you have to evaluate that person's conduct and determine if they committed a crime? Would that make you uncomfortable?
No. I mean, at the end of the I said earlier, too, that I have empathy for George Floyd as well. And I don't think, I hope, that people don't mean, like, no one, I don't think, wants this to happen or to take someone's life, if that is what happened. And so, you know, that's where the empathy comes from. I'm sure his death was not something that anyone wanted. So that's where the empathy comes from, because at the end of the day, I'm sure the intention was not there for this to happen.
Explain what you mean by that. The intention was not there for this to happen. Could you explain that a little further?
Well, I would assume that when the police first arrived, and I don't know the order of how, like I said, I didn't really follow the story all that much. I followed bits and pieces. But whoever first arrived, I'm assuming they didn't arrive with the intention of it progressing the way it did and having an end result where a man was dead and other men are on trial for his murder or manslaughter. I may not be using the right words. This is a commoner word. But I'm sure nobody wanted that on either side, right? So that's what I mean.
Okay. And you know, the opinion you expressed that you're sure that no one intended for something like this to happen, you know, I just need to ask you, because, you know, there's not only what happened, you know, by what you may have viewed on the video, but, you know, the different charges, there are different things that have to be proved, and what someone's intentions were is in fact a contested issue in the case.
Okay.
And so, you've stated a fairly strong opinion that you believe it wouldn't have been anyone's intention for what happened to happen. Not saying that it is or it isn't, but you have to understand that is something that you would have to set aside as well. That you would have to evaluate such elements, mental state elements as intent, freshly as well. And I'm wondering, given what you've just expressed, would you struggle with that?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I'm coming from a standpoint that I believe that people are inherently good, and we don't mean ill will towards other people in general. And so, but once again, this is an outsider perspective that doesn't know facts, that wasn't there, that until I'm presented with that stuff, and if I'm not on the trial, I will never be presented with that stuff. If I am on the trial, I get presented with that stuff, and then I can make that determination at that time.
And would you be able to do that? I mean, you have expressed that you believe people are inherently good people and wouldn't want to do something that would hurt someone else. And I, that's certainly a noble belief. But you should know, again, every single element of the case is something the government has to prove, but it's a contested issue.
Mm-hmm.
You would need to be able to be sure that you could put aside any beliefs, whether they be noble or cynical, and freshly determine whether or not someone intended to do a particular act. Would you be able to do that?
Absolutely, because the facts are going to show that,
Okay.
or the evidence.
On general impressions of George Floyd, you indicated, the phrase "not a model." He was not a model citizen. Most of us have some skeletons, and he may have had more than most. Now, do you have any information, like what specific information were you thinking of when you made that statement?
I remember hearing differing reports, of course, but you heard things about him moving to Minnesota to have a better life. But you also heard stuff that this wasn't his first time passing, I think it was fake money, right? That it maybe wasn't his first time, and I think maybe I'd heard about some drug or, in his system or involved or something to that effect. But that's all I've heard.
That he may have had drugs in his system and something about fake money
Yeah.
on a prior occasion? Okay.
I believe that he was passing a fake $20 bill or something, which is what initiated the police call or something. But and that it wasn't his first time or something to that effect.
Okay, that's what you've heard. In terms of, I guess, anything else? Did you hear anything else?
He worked at a nightclub as a bouncer.
Okay. As far as possible skeletons
Oh,
in his closet,
no.
I'm just trying to...
No.
Okay. So when you heard that he may have had drugs in his system, that George Floyd may have had drugs in his system, what did that make you think?
I'm not sure it made me think anything. It could be relevant. It could maybe not be relevant. I mean, how would I know? I wouldn't know unless I'm given medical coroner proof or something. I don't, I don't think I had a thought to it.
It was such a general question. I mean, that it sounds like from what you're saying, it may or may not have some effect on, from a medical standpoint. And really the thrust of my question is, did it change your opinion of Mr. Floyd when you heard, or maybe not change your opinion, but did it cause a negative impression in your mind of Mr. Floyd when you heard that he may have had drugs in his system?
I am not a proponent of any drug use, and so I would say anyone probably negatively impacts my opinion. of them. And that'd be anyone, you know. Just because I don't like them.
Understood. It sounds like you have some strong and deeply held beliefs about illegal drugs. Fair?
Fair. But people do make mistakes too.
Well, I'm sorry.
No, I mean, we're not perfect, you know, once again, and I don't know what his full history is or situation was. So I can't pass judgment necessarily on that, but because of my belief systems of being kind of anti-drugs, yes, I mean, the fact that any user kind of floats to me with a negative impression.
And when we say negative impression, tell me what those impressions are. What do you think when you think
that
of
they're
someone?
just making bad choices?
Some people may say that someone who has taken illegal drugs and then, dies in some sort of a interaction with the police have only themselves to blame. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't think that statement would be justified or accurate.
You had a prior experience serving on a jury, and you indicated that was a civil case?
I believe it was civil. This was a long time ago. This was in the 90s.
Okay. Doesn't seem like that long ago, to me anyway. But back in the 90s, did you get to deliberate on that case?
No, I was the alternate, which they didn't tell me until the very end.
And what was your reaction when you found out that after sitting and watching the trial that you were the alternate?
I was like, gosh darn it, I sat through this whole thing and I don't get to weigh in.
Right. You were given an example, or I guess posed a hypothetical of two people. I think the example was it's supposed to be a 6-foot fence, but it's an 8-foot fence, and the city enforces it, and both the African American family and the white family, and one might feel selected for that sort of treatment. I wanted to remind you of that exchange, and then follow up on something a term you used, and that was implicit bias. What do you understand implicit bias to be?
Depending on how we were raised, the belief systems and the morals and values in which we were raised, in the environment and communities which we were raised up, kind of designs how we view the world. And I think no matter who the person is and what color they are, and that upbringing creates bias. And that's implicit bias that we have to suss out for ourselves and recognize and acknowledge in order to kind of help ourselves grow and in how we do see the world and how we treat other people and how we view situations or individuals.
You discussed a conversation. You shared a conversation that you had with an African American coworker who was also a mom, and you both have sons approximately the same age. And she was describing to you how she taught her son to grab the steering wheel if pulled over by the police, and you indicated, never thought of that.
Right.
Okay. Was that a comfortable conversation for you to have?
With her, yes, because there was a lot of trust between us. But have I discussed my personal, my known biases that I know of? And is it always comfortable? No. But with her it was, because, she was a coworker, but we were good friends.
You'd recognize that, and I suppose explicit bias would be you passing judgment, overtly, consciously on someone. But implicit bias, I'm assuming that could happen without a person even realizing.
Yes.
Okay. And so even if the person who is being biased doesn't realize it, would you agree that that would not affect how it feels to the person being discriminated against?
Agreed.
you have indicated that you have trust and respect for law enforcement officers. I need to ask you if a law enforcement officer is called to testify as a witness in the case, if you would place their testimony on equal footing as any other witness, say a bystander, or if the officer's testimony in your mind would be slightly more credible than that of another witness.
No, I would say it's equal.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Thank you. And then I just wanted to ask you, you indicated earlier in the course of your professional work, you've had interaction with Mr. Ellison, is that right?
Yes.
Anything about your interactions with Mr. Ellison, positive, negative, neutral?
No, I think all of our interactions were positive at the time.
Okay. And nothing about your prior interactions with Mr. Ellison would come to bear in this case if you were selected and seated as a juror?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Juror 44. We pass for cause.
All right. Juror 44, you will serve on this jury. And so I'm going to release you until March 29th at 9 a.m.
Okay.
And at that time, you'll come back and we're going to actually start the trial. We expect 4 weeks. That's our best estimate. And so the deputy will escort you out and take the yellow lanyard from you, but that letter that you got with the seal on it, or the sticker on it, that got, oh, you didn't have it today coming in.
Yeah.
That letter with the sticker, make sure you bring that, because that'll get you to the building on March 29th.
Okay.
If you misplaced it, just let us know and we'll...
No, I have the original summons and I have something else, at home on my desk.
It should be a letter with a sticker.
Okay.
If you don't have it, call the jury office and we'll make sure you get one by March 29th.
Okay.
Okay? Any questions?
No.
We will give you a reminder right before, but at the same time, if you don't hear from us, March 29th at 9 a.m.
Okay.
And just the deputies will do the same thing, escort you to the right place.
Okay, park in the underground parking.
Yeah, we're parking wherever we are. We're not going to talk about that too much, about where we are.
But that's where I would
yeah,
get in.
same thing,
Okay.
same process. So you can go with the deputy and we'll proceed from there.
Okay, what do you want me to do with this?
You can take that with you, or you could...
I'm guessing you don't want me to take it.
There's a recycling bucket right there. The deputy will take it from you. They'll take it from you.
Oh, sorry, let me get him my mask, please.
We're going to go off the record and also off audio just for a second. Okay, I have that as juror number 7. So we'll proceed with juror number 48 for examination. 46, I'm sorry. 46. If you come right on up here. And have a seat right next to me here. All right. And you are juror number 46, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
That's a yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you to move pretty close to the mic. Unfortunately, the mic doesn't move very well, so. And we are exercising COVID precautions, so I'm going to continue to wear my mask. And there's plexiglass between us, and there's also plexi between you and where the attorneys are going to ask questions, and they have their own. And with all that, you can, if you find it easier to talk, remove your mask for the purposes of this examination. But I leave that up to you. You can leave it on if you wish, but if you need to remove it to be more clear or because it's just more comfortable, feel free. Couple things before I turn it over to the attorneys. I'm going to ask you, and you can get comfortable if you want to.
Okay.
You might be here for a while. At least past practice has shown that. First thing we're going to do is swear you in so that all your answers are under oath. So if you could raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
Yes.
Okay. And you put your hand down. First question I have for you is, you filled out a questionnaire, and thank you for doing that. It was you gave quite extensive answers, which is what we're looking for. So we know a little bit about you, and that'll hopefully speed up the process. Was everything true that you put on the questionnaire?
Yeah.
Okay. Since it was filled out months ago, sometimes in reflection you realize you left something out or something was wrong, you want to change it, or even maybe an opinion you expressed has evolved a bit. Is there anything you can think of right now that would fall into those categories?
No.
Okay. The attorneys will be asking you questions focusing on some of the answers, and so they'll probably go specifically to certain questions and answers. And if you realize you want to change your answer, that's perfectly fine. Don't think that you should hold back because it's not consistent with what I said earlier. Okay?
Okay.
One of the reasons why we fill out the questionnaire is to find out what information you know about the case. But the questionnaire also advises you not to read any articles or media going forward, because if you're a potential juror, we really don't want you hearing more about the case than you already know. But we also recognize that it's been several months since you filled out the questionnaire. And so my question is, did you inadvertently come into some more information about the case? For example, maybe you saw a headline that gave you a chunk of information. Or maybe you talked to a friend about it, and they talked about something they learned in the news, and we told you don't tell anybody, so you couldn't exactly stop them.
Mm-hmm.
Anything like that happen to you, that you have more information about the case than when you filled out the questionnaire?
I don't know if it was like correct or anything, but I saw like a little subreddit on like the Minneapolis page about the case, but it's mostly just opinions or whatever.
Okay, so opinions both ways?
Yeah, both ways.
Okay. We certainly should not decide this case based on other people's opinions.
Yeah.
But we also can't decide a case on our own opinions because, I mean, you know something about the case, you may have formed certain opinions or impressions of certain people. But if you're a juror, you have to decide the case based on the evidence you hear in court, based on the law that I give you, and you have to put aside your personal opinions and what you know about the case from outside the courtroom. Do you think you could do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
Some people are better than others at it. And they'll say, yeah, I got to be honest with you, I can't put that aside. It's too firm in my mind. I can't promise you that I can put aside my opinions and prior knowledge. Some of it may not be accurate because the media doesn't get all the details right sometimes. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think you are able to compartmentalize that information and put aside your opinions and information you have found out before this case?
Like, what do you mean?
Kind of put it aside and just
yeah.
focus on what you hear.
Yeah.
Basically, can you be a blank slate that as you come in here and just receive information fresh?
I think, yeah.
Okay. And the lawyers will probably follow up on that. So, we gave you a long list of witnesses. Did you recognize anybody on that list?
No.
Okay. The length of the trial, we anticipate it's going to be about 4 weeks. If you're on this jury, we'd have you come back on March 29th. at 9 a.m., and that's when we're going to start trial, or that's our best guess. But in any case, when we start, we anticipate it's going to be about 4 weeks along. We cannot estimate with certainty, as you've already found out. Sometimes there are delays. Can you make that work, that length of trial?
I don't think, no.
Okay, tell me why not.
I was gonna move out soon, so I wasn't sure if that would work out for my schedule.
Okay, where are you moving out to? You don't have to say an address or anything. Are you moving out of the county, for example?
No, just like the same area, but like with a friend.
Okay, so still within Hennepin County. And is this something that you're worried that you won't have the time to pack and move, or how do you think that plays
Like,
out?
have the time for it.
I'm sorry?
Like, I won't have the time for it.
Okay, you won't have the time for the jury trial?
I think, yeah.
Okay. I guess I want to understand a little bit more. Everybody's got demands on their life, and we do ask a lot of jurors to put their lives on hold to a certain extent. And we expect that from at least 9 to 5 that you're here in the courtroom. Sometimes we might even go later. But with that understanding, Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, there's a small chance you might be sequestered, which means you get put up in a hotel during part of the trial. But at this point, we are anticipating, while trial is in session, you would be able to go home at night. It's only during deliberations that we anticipate that you'll actually be sequestered. That is, kept together in a hotel until you've delivered a verdict. So, knowing kind of that schedule, do you still feel that you're not going to be able to do this?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it just too much that you would not be able to pay attention?
Yeah, because I also plan on getting another job, but I haven't got like onboarded yet.
Okay.
So that's like another thing.
So, you're currently working? Are you working full-time?
Part-time?
Okay. And this new job, you already have it, and it's just a question of getting on board? And are you anticipating that that's going to occur during the trial?
Yeah.
Okay, that's kind of the current plan with your future employer?
Mm-hmm.
That's a yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that going to be full-time, did you say?
I was going to do part-time for both, so it'd be like full-time hours.
Okay. All right. Why don't you hold on a little bit? The attorneys might want to ask you questions, but I'm going to consult with them first. So, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Counsel sidebar? I'm going to allow Mr. Slisher from the state to ask you a few questions, and it's about this topic, about the demands on your time and how that would affect your ability to pay attention in trial and deliver a verdict. Okay. Mr. Slisher, if you would. And again, you can take off your mask if you want. Call your call.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Juror number 46, I just need to ask you some follow-up questions about what you've shared with us regarding the amount of time and attention you're able to put into this at this particular point, all right? And so if you were to describe, for example, when you say you don't have time to do this, like what specifically is going on that would prevent you from participating in jury service?
Like aside from like the onboarding stuff with the job?
Have you spoken with your new employer about the fact that you've been summoned to jury service?
Not yet.
Do you have any knowledge as to whether or not your employer has a policy or would be able to accommodate you during your jury service?
I'm not sure what they would do.
Because employers can't take adverse action against you as a result of fulfilling your civic duty. And you understand that jury service is an obligation of your citizenship here, right?
Yep.
And so, and as the judge indicated, this is an imposition for everyone who would serve. And so what I'm trying to understand is, would it be any more or less for you than any other juror who would have to take time off for work and whatnot? And so can you, just share with us if you have any particular circumstances that would make this more difficult for you? Or do you think maybe you're in the same position as everyone else?
The same position, yeah.
You think you're in the same position? All right. Would it be an extreme financial hardship, or just maybe inconvenient and something you could probably make it through?
I think it's kind of like both for me, yeah.
Yeah. So on the extreme, on the financial hardship aspect, would you still have, for example, if you had to take some time off work, would you have enough money to pay rent, or would you have a place to live?
I think it'd be kind of hard for that part.
Okay. And when you say kind of hard, without giving up too much about your personal situation, do you have other people with whom you share expenses? Do you live with your parents?
Live with my parents, but like for moving out, I don't think I would have enough to cover that.
But you currently live with your parents.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think your parents would allow you to continue living there if you had a temporary loss of income?
I'm not really sure what they would do. Because my mom kind of wants me to move.
She'd like you to move?
Like out.
Okay. And so she would like you to move out and be independent, but is this something she's requiring? I guess we just need to know if this is something that you would be able to work through with some difficulty, or if it would be impossible.
It'd be kind of really difficult, yeah.
Okay. All right. Nothing further on this point, Your Honor.
Juror 46, given your stage in life and your age, and you're getting to move out and start another job, and it seems like it would be a financial hardship for you to do this. And so I think it's sufficient that I'm going to excuse you from service on this panel. And so the deputy will collect some paperwork from you. But thank you for being open and honest about your life and what challenges this jury service would demand of you. So you're excused. You're completely done with jury service unless we send you a summons in the future.
Okay.
Okay? You bet. Okay. Juror 48. That was Juror 46. Come up, sir. Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thanks for your patience waiting through this. It's a process that we sometimes can't predict how long it's going to take. Before I turn your questioning over to the attorneys, I'd like to take care of a few matters. First of all is to swear you in so that all your answers are under oath. So if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
I do.
All right, thank you. We have plexiglass in front of you and between us. The lawyers will have plexiglass in front of them. I will keep my mask on. With all those precautions, if you would like, either more comfortable or if you feel it's necessary to be able to be heard clearly, feel free to remove your mask. But I'm leaving that decision to you. If you feel more comfortable with it on, please do so.
Okay.
In either case, I'd like you to make sure you're close enough to the microphone so that we can hear your voice clearly. All right? With that, you did fill out a questionnaire.
Yes.
And thank you for doing so. There's a lot of good information in there. Is there anything on that questionnaire that you can think of right now that you might want to change, or was everything true?
As far as I know, everything is true.
Okay. Anything you want to add or amend at this point?
I don't think so. It's
Okay.
hard to remember what all was on there.
Right, and so far we've only had one juror who actually kept a copy of their questionnaire, so it's usually common you send it in and you've probably laid it aside in your mind as well for now.
Right.
The attorneys are pretty good about reminding you about certain questions and answers, and again, they're not being rude, they just want to refresh your memory. If there is anything that you want to change or add to, that's just fine. We realize that not only might you, on reflection, realize you should add more information, or maybe even an opinion that you gave in your questionnaire, maybe it's evolved. So it's all right to say something that's different from what's in the questionnaire. Just want to get that out in the open.
Okay.
Now, the questionnaire did advise you not to read any articles or pay attention to any media regarding this case. At the same time, we recognize that this questionnaire was given months ago, and maybe inadvertently you were exposed to a headline, or a friend talked to you about the case, or information about the case, some pretrial matters, or things about the participants in this case or their families, stuff like that. Is there anything about that you have heard, and I'll assume it was just inadvertent?
Not other than, sometimes updates will come on over the radio, even on sports talk radio.
Okay.
And if I could tell that that's coming, I'd always would change the station or turn it off.
Okay. Did you learn anything new about the case you didn't already know?
No.
All right. The important thing, obviously, is that you have to decide this case if you're a juror based only on what you hear in the courtroom. You have to put aside what you may have heard outside. It may not all be accurate in any case, but you have to put aside things you've heard outside the courtroom, and even any opinions that you have formed. It's okay to have those opinions. The question is, do you think, knowing yourself, you can put all that aside, both the opinions and what you've learned before, and decide the case just on the evidence you hear as a juror in this courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and in doing so, you have to follow the law that I give you. Can you do that, even if maybe you think the law is different or should be different?
Yes.
All right. We did give you a long list of witnesses. Did you recognize anybody on?
Not a single person.
All right. Did you recognize anybody in the courtroom?
No.
Okay. Now, we estimate that the trial will be about 4 weeks. Let's get that straight. Our best guess is that it's going to be 4 weeks. We have very experienced lawyers here who are pretty good at estimating, but delays happen. You've already seen that this morning.
Yep.
But on a 4-week trial estimate, do you think you could make that work as far as your personal life, work, things like that?
I think I can. My only concern would be the start date. I currently have a trip scheduled for my wife's 40th birthday.
Okay. Well, what do you have scheduled?
A trip.
A trip?
Yep.
Where to?
Bend, Oregon.
Okay. When is the travel time?
The 31st through April 4th.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem if you want to do it.
I assume so.
Is it movable? I'll just say that.
I think, I think this takes precedence over that.
Okay. Well, for example, if it's like a family wedding that you're a part of,
right?
That's not really movable by you.
No, it's nothing like that.
Okay. Well, the lawyers might ask you about that, but the question is, if it turns out you are on this jury and you do have to move it, is that going to bias you against one side or the other, or even against the court for making you do that?
No, not at all. I think I've already been prepared for that to happen.
Okay. All right. With that, I'm going to turn things over to Mr. Nelson regarding Juror 48. You may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for your patience here this morning and into the afternoon. So what I'm going to do, sir, is I'm going to ask you a series of kind of general questions just to get to know you a little bit more about you, and then I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions in terms of your questionnaire. We recognize that it's been a couple months since you filled it out. We don't expect you to remember everything, but ultimately we do want to make sure you're the right juror, okay? All right. So if you and I were to meet in a social situation and we're introduced to each other, what are a couple of things that I'd learn about you in that conversation?
Easygoing, got a good sense of humor, got wife and kids at home, and some military experience.
Okay. How long did you serve in the military?
8 years.
And which branch?
I did Army Reserve.
Okay. And were you in the enlisted side of things, or were you in the officer side of things?
Enlisted.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your service. You got a jury questionnaire ultimately in the mail.
Yep.
What was your reaction when you first got that?
Surprised to get it. It's the first time I've ever been called up. And then to see the names at the top was pretty eye-opening.
Okay. What do you mean eye-opening?
I just knew it's going to be a big case. I knew there's going to be lots of media around it. By the time of receiving that, there'd already been some of the events taking place downtown. So just those types of things.
Okay. So you had heard about the case. You were obviously aware of the significance of the case, and it was kind of a eye-opening experience, I think you said. Okay. I see from your questionnaire that you are in management. Again, not asking where you work. We know that information, but you are like a manager in your work, right? So can you think of a situation, again, whether it be professionally or personally, where you have been called upon to resolve a conflict between two people?
Yeah, there's been several times.
Sure. And so what is your general process of approaching how you resolve conflict?
I think you need to always get both sides of the conflict, understand where they're both coming from, and then try, if you can't work out a resolution with both of them at the same time, you might have to pull one in at a time and work it out that way.
Okay. And I mean, and conflict takes kind of a variety of forms, right? Sometimes it's actual physical conflict, and sometimes it's more interpersonal. Would you agree with that?
Yep.
And not all conflict results in the need to solve it, right?
Right.
Okay. But some types of conflict, would you agree, require you to ascertain who's telling the truth about a certain circumstance?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. And how do you approach that decision-making process?
I mean, I think you've got to use your best instinct. Some previous experience may come at play. You can rely on other sources for information, witnesses. Nowadays, there's often a trail on the, through email or text messaging, depending on the type of case.
Okay. So you look for other evidence, talk to other witnesses, and then make your determination based on that?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there like a measure of how much evidence that you need in order to make a decision?
I guess it comes down to how the source of the evidence, how sound it is, how trustworthy it is. That plays a big part of it.
Okay. Can you think of a situation in your life where you've been 100% certain that you were right about something, only to later discover you were wrong?
Yeah, I suppose.
Okay. Your role as a juror in this case, should you be selected, is to be a judge of the facts, right? You have to decide what happened, who to believe, etc. Kind of the process that you've described. Do you think you can do that?
Yep, I think I can.
Okay. You understand that, we all understand that pretty much every single person who's come in here has some knowledge of this case.
Yes.
And you yourself have learned certain things about this case, right?
Correct.
You're not, you've been exposed to some media, you've had conversations with friends, family members about this, right?
Yes.
Considering everything you've known and learned about the case, are you able to look at this case only based on the evidence as it's presented in court? Can you
Yes.
set all that? Okay. You can set all of that other stuff aside?
Yep.
Okay. So one of the other things that will happen in this case is that you would be given a set of instructions as to the law that the judge would give you. And would you be able to read those instructions and apply that law even if you think the law is wrong or should be changed?
Yeah.
You're willing to follow the judge's instructions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you a few questions about your questionnaire. The first question that is asked is just to give us some detail about what you knew about the case, right? And you indicated that you had seen one edited video on the local news playing in the background. What do you mean by edited?
I believe I saw it on Fox 9 News.
Okay.
And just with seeing what was going on and hearing the report, I just would assume they're not going to show the whole thing due to the graphic nature and that it being a publicly televised show during normal viewing hours.
Okay, so I guess you mean like a clip, like a shorter clip of
Right.
a longer video.
Right.
Okay. And you don't mean that it was like altered to change faces
No,
or anything?
no,
Okay.
not altered, maybe just cut short.
Okay. And so you're aware that like a bystander took a video and that video went viral, and that's kind of what precipitated all of the media attention,
Yep.
right? Have you seen that video in its entirety?
I don't believe so.
Have you ever gone on the internet and searched to see that video in its entirety?
I've never seeked it out specifically, no.
Okay. Have you seen any other videos associated with this case?
It's hard to say if I've seen other ones. It may have been the one that was originally on the news, but the full version or extended version.
Okay. So there were other videos that were released into the public sphere, including some like body-worn cameras from the police officers or some security from neighboring businesses. Do you recall ever seeing any of those?
I do not.
And ultimately what you say is, I'm aware of the outcome, but I do not know what led to it or how, if it was escalated. So by you're aware of the outcome, what do you mean?
I'm aware that it resulted in the death of a gentleman.
Okay. And, but you ultimately say you didn't pay much attention to the events that followed, as you don't follow or watch much news.
That's correct.
You have had some conversations with family members and things of that nature?
Yep.
And did you talk about the events with like coworkers?
I didn't actually discuss it at work
Okay.
a whole lot, just because I work in a very diverse field and my team's very diverse, and you never know how certain people are going to react to it. So I just found it best to, avoid that subject at work.
Okay.
Also, being in a lockdown helps that because there's not a whole lot of people at work to begin with.
Sure. Did you talk about it with your family members?
I discussed it with my wife several times.
Okay. And you wrote in here that you tried to explain to your kids why people were so upset?
Yeah, to the best that I could.
Okay. And your kids are younger, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you talk about it with like your friends?
It may have come up once or twice. With the pandemic going on, we don't see friends a whole lot.
Right. So I guess in terms of explaining to your kids why people were so upset, was that more in reference to like the rioting and looting that happened later, or the specific event of the death of Mr. Floyd?
I would say it was more to the rioting and the looting. We would be trying to watch, like, for example, a Wheel of Fortune, and then all of a sudden it would cut to that stuff going on, and then you have to explain that to kids.
Gotcha. Okay. You were asked your opinion of both Mr. Chauvin as well as Mr. Floyd. You indicated with respect to Mr. Chauvin that you had a neutral opinion of him, and you say it's hard to know what you would do in that situation, very high stress and very quick. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
And can you explain what you mean a little bit more by that?
Well, having been in the military, it's easy for bystanders to say how they would handle a situation.
Okay.
It's completely different when you are in it for real. You're actually in a battlefield. Not that this was a battlefield, but in today's age, there's always somebody with a camera. There's always somebody watching you, recording you. So I can understand those are a lot of added pressures to a situation like this.
Okay. You were also asked your opinion of Mr. Floyd, and you said it was somewhat positive and that it seemed like he was generally liked, right?
Yep.
Have you learned any more information about Mr. Floyd since filling this out? And I'm not asking you like if it changes your opinion, or does it?
No, I really haven't learned any more about him.
Okay. Question number 9 in the first section asks you whether you believe your community has been negatively or positively affected by any of the protests that have taken place in the Twin Cities area since George Floyd's death. And you wrote, it seems a little of both. Can you explain what you mean by that?
I think it's brought to some people, a sense of community. You've got people from different cultures and ethnic backgrounds rallying together, trying to talk about subjects we normally avoid. But then there's also the negative side with, the results of the looting and the destruction.
Do you think that those two are linked together? Like are the protests different than the looting and riots?
I think, unfortunately, they get blended together. I think there's peaceful protests and that turn, violent, I guess you would say. And I don't think it's necessarily always the people that are being peaceful. It just, anybody can turn a situation.
Right. So you would agree that people who were protesting may not be responsible for the looting?
Correct.
And you would agree, well, let me ask you. Again, ultimately, what we're looking for, and we don't know what's in people's hearts and minds, we have to take you at your word. It seems to me the ultimate question is, with all of everything you know about this case and have learned about this case, and your personal opinions and backgrounds and things of that nature, can you set all of that aside and be a fair and impartial juror, basing your decision only on the evidence as it's presented in court?
I believe I can, yes.
Okay. We have to know, can you, or do you just think you can?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you don't watch much news because you find it to be too negative?
That's correct.
All right. Why? I mean, how often do you think you watch the news?
It's on in the background in our house, often around like dinner preparation. So I'll catch glimpses of it here and there, but I don't go out of my way to watch it because typically, no matter what outlet you're watching, we're covering the negative things and the bad stuff happening.
Okay. And so that's why you choose not to watch it or pay much
Correct.
attention? Okay. So you were asked a series of questions. There were a series of statements that were made on this, and you were asked to kind of rank your opinion from strongly agree to strongly disagree, the spectrum, right? So I just kind of want to follow up and ask you a few questions about your choices. You were asked, discrimination is not as bad as the media makes it out to be, and you somewhat agreed with that. Can you explain why you somewhat agreed with that statement?
Can you read it again? Sorry.
Sure. It's a weird sentence,
yeah.
We know, but discrimination is not as bad as the media makes it out to be.
Yeah, I guess I would have responded the way I did just because I feel like I had just said earlier, we often cover negative stories. We often focus on the negative stuff. That's what gets the views. That's what draws the attention.
Okay. Do you think that discrimination occurs?
Yeah, I do.
There was a statement that says blacks and other minorities do not receive equal treatment as whites in the criminal justice system, and you somewhat disagreed with that. Can you explain that?
It's just based on personal experience. I've never witnessed or seen anybody be treated any different than I was.
Okay. Now, you indicated there was a statement that police in my community make me feel safe, and you somewhat agreed with that. Why somewhat agreed?
I see their presence. They're out and about quite a bit.
Okay. So they make you feel safe.
Right.
But you didn't strongly agree, so is there some concern you have over police departments or police officers?
No.
you were asked about defunding. The statement is, I support defunding the Minneapolis Police Department, and you somewhat disagreed with that. Can you explain that?
I personally don't fully understand what that would mean to us. And I think a lot of other people that ask for that to happen don't understand fully what the ramifications would be.
Okay. The statement here is that because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second guess the decisions they make while on duty. And you checked somewhat agree on that. Can you explain what your thinking was there?
It's along the lines I said earlier. We don't, as civilians, we don't know how they're trained to handle certain situations. We don't always know what led up to a situation. And when you're under a microscope all the time, you know, they have the body cameras on 24/7. It's hard to know how people would handle those situations.
Okay. Would you agree that there are certain circumstances that police do need to be, their actions and decisions do need to be looked at?
Yes.
Okay. And if that happens, if police officers are second guessed in their decisions, are you okay with that happening?
I think it can be good to at least open that discussion.
Okay.
If the situation calls for it.
Okay. You were asked questions regarding your opinions on the Black Lives Matter movement and the Blue Lives Matter movement, and your answer to both was the same. It was neutral. And you write the same response, which was, I was raised to respect everyone, so I cannot really relate. I mean, can you explain a little bit more about how you feel about that?
I mean, I just think that they all do matter. You know, I think all lives matter. Sometimes people saying that is taken the wrong way. I do agree that Black Lives Matter. I do agree that the Blue Lives Matter. You know, I think if you really wanted to get crazy, you could pick any race, ethnicity, or profession and put the word matter after it, and you'd find a group of people that support it.
Okay. You were, again, in the Army, and you, were you in like military policing, or were you in like the infantry?
I was attached to a maintenance company.
Okay. And it looks like your wife attended the Minnetonka Citizens Academy. Is that like a general, like kind of like a police academy type thing, or what is that?
Yeah, it's kind of a joke in our house that we call it Police Academy, but it's citizens can sign up for it, and if you make it all the way through and pass, I believe you can volunteer then as like a citizen police officer.
Okay, like traffic control and kind of stuff.
Yeah, like help police an event, like a parade or things like that.
Gotcha. And generally speaking, you believe that the criminal justice system works?
I think generally speaking, yes.
Okay. And because there was a series of questions about, you know, your views on the presumption of innocence, your views on proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and you said you would have no problem applying those.
Yes, sir.
Do you still agree with that today?
Yes, sir.
Now, the last question that you were asked is, do you want to serve as a juror in this case? And you indicated not sure. It could be high profile and become stressful. Do you have concerns about serving as a juror in this case?
I mean, I think there's concerns about the security around it, the aftermath, and just, you know, the safety of my family comes first and foremost.
Okay. So let me just kind of break that down a little bit. because I forgot to ask you earlier. What did you think when you got to the Hennepin County Government Center today and saw the preparations that were taking place?
A little of both. It's impressive. It's like a fortress, but also intimidating.
Okay. Why is it intimidating?
Just, to have a gate opened up with armed guards. I haven't seen that in many years since I was in Iraq. And now to have it right in your backyard like that, was definitely eye-opening.
Okay. When you learned that we're trying to protect your anonymity and keep you just listed as a number, does that help alleviate any of those concerns?
I think that helps. I think it helps too. We've been informed. Nobody can see us. I would even argue it'd be nice if people couldn't even hear us. But I think so far the precautions that have been taken are pretty impressive and seem like they're doing a good job.
Okay. Now, ultimately, and we don't know if or when, but your name could be released publicly. Would you be concerned about that?
I guess there'd always be a little bit of concern about that. But again, that just comes down to protecting my family and taking care of them.
Okay. If I may have a moment here.
So sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Juror 48.
Good afternoon.
I want to follow up a little bit on your military service. You were attached to a maintenance company. Was it with the 88th?
Ultimately fell underneath the 88th, yes.
Okay. And so before you mobilized and deployed, it was in 2005, did you go through, did you process through Fort Snelling? Did you SRP through Fort Snelling?
Yes, we went through Fort Snelling and then ultimately through Fort McCoy.
Okay. Was there ever a time during you probably were processed or SRP'd a number of times before you actually deployed?
Yeah.
Did you ever go through over at Fort Snelling station to station in which you would have done a will?
You mean like a living will, or?
Right. Remember, you would have gone to all these different stations, the medical station, having to check all the blocks, the form, and eventually visit legal.
I don't remember if we did that step.
Before you actually deployed, you would have done that. You just don't know if you did it at Fort Snelling or Fort McCoy?
Correct.
Okay. And then you went through Fort McCoy. How long were you there before you actually shipped out?
We were at Fort McCoy, I want to say 8 to 12 weeks.
Training?
Yep.
And then directly from there to Iraq?
Then we went to Kuwait, staged there for, I want to say 1 to 2 weeks, and then we all dispersed to different parts of Iraq.
And you were an NCO?
I was a sergeant, E5.
Thank you. You were in a reserve unit. You have indicated you don't have any specific familiarity with the defendant.
No, that's correct. I do not.
If you were to find out that the defendant also served in the military, do you think that that might have an effect on your opinion of him?
No.
Do you ever refer anyone for possible non-judicial punishment or have any involvement with military justice issues during the year you deployed?
No.
I want to shift gears a little bit to discussions that you indicated that you had with your children after the death of George Floyd. And you indicated that you tried to explain to your kids why people are so upset. You recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall what your explanation to your children as to why people were so upset was?
I think I just tried to explain to them that something happened that a lot of people didn't agree with, maybe what happened or how it happened, and you know, they gather as a group to try and let people know how they feel. Again, this is me trying to explain it to young kids, so trying to break it down to their level that they can sort of make sense of it.
And so your explanation to young children is that people were upset and so they were gathering to express that?
Right.
Okay. Did you talk to them about the property damage? I know you indicated that those images were kind of...
Well, I just think if that question came up, you know, I would try to explain people were gathering to kind of demonstrate what they believed in peacefully, but there's always some people that can take advantage of that situation, and then things like that can occur.
Now, have you had much close contact with law enforcement?
No. I have a distant cousin whose wife is a police officer in Wisconsin, and then a cousin who is an officer in Illinois, but I don't see them very often. I wouldn't consider myself, extremely close to them by any means.
And obviously you were in a maintenance company and you weren't working in a military police capacity.
Correct.
But you did indicate that, in that situation, you received specific training that maybe to a passerby, if they saw something that had happened when you were downrange, that they may have questioned. Fair?
What's the question?
Well, that a passerby who hasn't been trained, like you were trained before you went downrange, I mean, they really wouldn't understand exactly what they were seeing if they saw you interact with someone in a particular way.
Correct.
Job, okay? And so, were they to be in a position to second guess you, would you expect that they would have to receive some kind of training or get some sort of information to have a basis?
Absolutely.
From what you described the case, it doesn't sound like you really had a very extensive look at the video. Is that true?
Yeah.
You did describe what happened as being very quick, high stress and very quick. Can you please describe a little bit more thoroughly what you mean by that? Like what was quick?
Well, I just think the whole situation, it seemed like, I don't know what led up to it. So it seemed like it escalated quickly. I guess the high stress I'm referring to is, you can easily see in the video, there's a crowd gathering around, people yelling, people recording, and all the while, there's police on the scene as well trying to maintain control of it. That's a pretty high stress situation.
Yeah. And the people who are around and yelling, would your expectation be that maybe they hadn't had the training or the information to really understand the context of what was going on?
Yeah, I could agree with that, yes.
Whereas someone who was trained, another officer, may have had, they'd be looking at the same event but through a different lens.
Yes, correct.
In a situation like that where you have two different people observing some events that happen, one who has had the training, so whether it's military training, police training, medical training, versus a bystander who you don't know if they had training or not, and they were describing this event to you, do you think you would tend to believe one person's account more than the others? So would the trained person's account have more credibility to you than just some bystander?
I don't know that I would give them more credibility. I think I would want to understand the two different perspectives of what led up to it and what they think they saw.
And when you say they, we're talking about both people. Let's say they're witnesses. Let's say they're witnesses in this trial and you're seated as a juror.
Yep.
Right? You might have occasion to hear a description of what happened from a law enforcement officer or someone who viewed footage, right? A trained law enforcement officer. Or you may hear an account from a bystander. Which person do you think, just given the answers you've given us thus far, that you would believe more? A bystander or a law enforcement officer?
Well, I think both of their accounts should have the same value. They're seeing the same thing, telling you the same thing. The only difference is their previous experience and or training may change how they describe that situation to you.
And so do you believe that you would credit the testimony if you have two witnesses, one a law enforcement officer, the other a passerby, that you would credit the passerby's testimony with equal weight as the law enforcement officer?
If they're testifying what they saw, yes.
What other context could you imagine?
Well, I would imagine they could bring different perspectives, not just to what they saw, but how it was being handled. A passerby could say they saw somebody being, pinned down or held down, whereas a police officer may use different verbiage, saying he saw somebody trying to be detained or being restrained.
And so they may describe the same events, but just using different words?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you indicated, I believe earlier, when describing the events and the high stress of the situation, that in your view, the passersby or the bystanders may have added to the stress of the situation?
Yes.
Can you explain that a little further?
Well, I think anytime a crowd gathers, that can make people uncomfortable and raise the stress level. Then when you add in people maybe yelling things at you, and then all of a sudden you know you're being recorded, that can raise the stress levels.
Now, on the issue of being recorded, can you describe, how that might raise one's stress level if you know you're being recorded?
I just think it's human nature that you can get an elevated stress level knowing you're being recorded or watched, per se. I guess an example would be you and I having this conversation in a closed door office with nobody else would be less stressful than having this conversation with a courtroom full of people.
And say broadcast?
Exactly.
Sure. Do you think that, just given what you've shared with us about how you think that, people in the crowd, the bystanders, may have contributed to the stress of the situation, that might be in your mind as you're listening to these very people testify in court?
What exactly is the question?
So imagine one of the bystanders who you are saying, in your opinion, they contributed to the stress of the situation. Imagine the state calling one of those people as a witness, and they're testifying. Do you think that your view of them, that they actually contributed to the stress of the situation, maybe fair to say made things worse, do you think that would be in your mind as you're hearing them testify?
I don't think so. I think I would be mostly paying attention to what they claim they saw happened.
So, stated another way, do you think you might hold it against them? Do you think you might hold your opinion that the witness who's testifying actually contributed to the stress of the situation and made it worse? Do you think you would hold it against them as they testify?
No, sir.
And you can be sure of that, 100%?
Yes.
You discussed earlier too, no, I'm sorry. I want to follow up on the question. You responded that you somewhat agree with the proposition that because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it's not right to second-guess decisions that they make while on duty. And as you know, this case involves decisions and choices that were made by law enforcement officers while they're on duty. And you somewhat disagree that they should be questioned about those decisions. And so I'd like to ask you just how you believe accountability and review should be handled. Would it be better handled in a civil or employment setting and not in criminal court?
I think it depends on the severity of the case you're talking about. If it's something to the extent of this, I think it should be looked at from a higher level like we're currently doing. If it's, something much smaller, if we're talking of like a traffic stop or something like that, I don't know that it requires this kind of attention and all of the event details that led up to it.
We would hope not for a routine traffic stop unless something went horribly, horribly wrong.
Correct.
But in this case, as the court told you earlier, the charge is murder. And you would be asked, if you sat as a juror in this matter, to determine whether or not an officer in the line of duty, based on decisions they made, had committed a murder. And what I need to ask you, given your statement that you somewhat agree that law enforcement officers should not be second-guessed for decisions they make in the line of duty, how difficult would it be for you to return a guilty verdict on the charge of murder for the decision a law enforcement officer made in the line of duty?
I think it depends on all of the evidence and knowing all of the events that led up to it.
And knowing all the events that led up to what?
That would help make the right decision for that. I think anybody can see a 10-second clip of something and make their own judgment, but if they know the full story that led up to it, what caused it, how we got to that second clip, it may open it for more question.
And if the government then, if the state met its burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt all of the facts that would be required to render a guilty verdict for the charge of murder, would it still be difficult for you, to return that verdict, given your views of law enforcement and the kind of discretion and deference they should be given for decisions they make in the line of duty?
I don't think so, no. If we're proving something beyond a reasonable doubt, absolutely not.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. And sir, I'd like to follow up just briefly on some concerns that you had, regarding safety and safety of your family. Do you believe that, based on the measures that are in place, and knowing that at some point, there would be disclosure of your name at some point in the future, do you still have those concerns for your family and their safety?
I think there's always going to be a concern to some extent, yes.
And then the question would be is, given that, and that's perfectly understandable, would those concerns weigh on you during the trial itself? Would you be thinking about those concerns, during the course of this trial if you were seated?
No.
You'd be able to put those concerns for your family's safety out of your mind and devote yourself wholly to the evidence?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I appreciate your time and coming in today. Thank you very much. Your Honor, the state will strike.
Juror 48, you're being released from this panel. In fact, released from jury service for this term. So you only have to worry about coming back if you get a summons sometime in the future.
Okay.
Deputy will collect some stuff on the way out. Thank you for all your good questions or good answers that you put here. We really appreciate your candor and honesty. Thank you. We're going to take our mid-afternoon break at this time. Let's come back at 3:15. Council briefly in chambers. How you doing, sir? Let me just, you are juror number?
49.
49. Well, thank you, first of all, for being here and for your patience.
All right.
It's kind of an imprecise process, but hopefully I was glad we were able to get to you before the end of the day, not have to send you back and come back Monday. Before I begin this process, a couple things. I'm going to swear you in so that all your questions are, or your answers are under oath. Right. So if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions regarding your qualifications to serve as a juror?
Yes.
All right, thank you. First thing I'm going to ask you about, well, actually, you'll note that we have plexiglass in front of you and to the side and between us. I'm going to keep my mask on since we are fairly close. The attorneys will have plexiglass in front of them. But I think with that layer of protection, if you would wish, either for comfort or to make yourself heard more clearly, you can remove your mask if you'd like. There you go. Okay. But please stay close to the microphone so that we can all hear you. The first thing I'm going to ask you about is the questionnaire. First of all, thank you for filling out the questionnaire. We appreciate you putting time into that. Is everything that's on the questionnaire true?
Yes.
All right. Sometimes, since it was filled out months ago, you may, in reflection, think, I should have put that on, or maybe even an opinion has evolved and it's changed. Is there anything you can think of just off the top of your head that you wanted to comment in that regard?
Well, I don't remember all the questions, so
right.
It's like 2 months ago when I filled it out.
Right.
So.
And I guess my point is the attorneys will be asking you probably more specific about questions, and they'll refresh your memory by saying what your answer was, okay, and then maybe asking you to comment on it. My point being, feel free that if it's changed, if your opinion has changed, that you volunteer that. You're not going to get in trouble by it changing or being amended. All we're looking for are the honest answers, and sometimes you realize in listening to the question again that you have more information or different. And maybe an opinion that's contained in there, maybe you've changed your opinion. In either case, the whole point is that what we're trying to do is to make sure that we understand what you've been exposed to so far and what opinions you might hold. And the major question is, can you put all that aside? Because when you're a jury, you have to decide the case just on the evidence in the courtroom. And you got to put aside any opinions, any...
It'll be tough because I've heard so much stuff about it.
Yeah, and let me follow up on that, because you had a visible reaction when I said put all that aside, almost like you're asking me to do the impossible. That, if I read you correctly...
Yes, it would be tough for me to...
Well, let's ask how tough. And I know it may seem like I'm kind of beating you into a certain position, but I'm not. The lawyers need to know if you can or can't. It's kind of an almost binary situation. And whatever your answer is fine, as long as it's honest.
Honestly, no.
You don't think
I can't, but put either side of view to the side.
Okay. And do you think what you've heard and the opinions you've formed probably bias you towards one side?
Probably.
Okay.
I'm not going to say which side. I'm sure they know on the questionnaire.
Sure. But do you think that's going to, because of the amount of information you have and the opinions you might hold, that you really can't be fair and impartial in this case?
Honestly, I'll be just too nervous right now. Sorry. And that's the truth.
Okay. Yeah, and this is kind of a nerve-wracking situation, even in normal situation. Except for those of us who live in the courtroom.
Right.
People coming in for jury duty and witnesses, it can be kind of a nervous experience. Is it more of the nerves, or you just don't feel you can put aside all the information you know, or both?
Well, it's a mixture of being here, knowing the stuff, and taking too much time on my work.
Okay.
I can't, you said 4 weeks possibly.
Right.
That's a lot of time for me. I don't make much money, so.
Okay, and are you getting paid?
Huh?
Are you getting paid while you're in jury duty? By your employer, that is.
I don't know.
Okay.
I said I possibly could be selected, but I've been told more than that.
Okay, have they indicated, do you know what company policies are?
I don't know. They
Okay.
never said anything to me.
All right. I'm just going to briefly consult with the attorneys, and we'll get right back to you. Hold on. You can still stay where you're at. Sir, I'm going to release you. I think given the financial situation you're in, I don't want to mess with your life that much on a long trial, but also the fact that you've got some pretty firm opinions. So thank you for taking the time and for your honesty. You can give that paperwork to the deputy when you go.
All right.
Have a good day. You're completely released from jury service.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Well, Murphy's Law, when we release too many, this happens. So I hate to waste a good hour or so of court time, but it is Friday, and so we'll go on any further. Anything else that we need to address before we go? We made a record of the stipulated cause. I've talked to you about whether or not about having people self-identify for themselves on the record as opposed to be us just providing it from jury records. So, oh, correct. No, the only thing that, and I only do that because I know the media has been, and appropriately so, reporting on the makeup of our jurors' age and racial identity. And to some extent, it's been the observations and some guesses being made. And I think it's more appropriate that they have accurate information. We would only be talking, and what our plan was to only release how the person self-identified in the jury record and also the decade of their age. For example, if they're 20, 20s. If they're 22, 20s. 29, 20s. Nothing more. No low 20s, just 20s, 30s, 40s, etc. So, if you want to think about that until Monday, if there's a better way or if maybe I shouldn't be doing it at all, I just think accurate information is better than inaccurate information about what we're doing today. So,
Your Honor, just from our perspective, I think that some transparency.
I think I need you near a microphone of some sort. No.
Your Honor, I was going to say, from the state's perspective, I think some transparency in this process is a good thing. And so we're not going to object to either self-identification or just simply the release of how they self-identified in the survey if seated.
I think it is an appropriate, Blood, your question, if there was a group to ask that question specifically. I think the concern by St. Paul may be that I'm releasing something out of a jury record. So we're just going to consult with them, and I think getting the information out appropriately, following all the appropriate rules in that would be important, but just if anybody had any views about the whole idea. So we aren't leaving people guessing, but being transparent about what's going on here. All right, since we have no video of any of the jurors. All right, with that, I think we're in recess until 8 a.m. Monday when we can argue those other matters. All right, everyone have a good weekend. See you Monday.